Alright, seems like I'm good now. Might have dipped out for a sec, but I'm back. I don't remember how to get small again. Okay, there we go. Oh, did all the flowers come back? Okay, so that's there. So I'm gonna go this way first. Oh, okay. That's cool. Alright, maybe it's just easier to do it this way. Alright. I don't know if I'm normally supposed to be able to get over here this early, but screw it. Okay, so this is the fourth one. Because I got 2, this is 3, and then the fourth one is on the other part of the fireplace. I get Lady Luck for that? Really? Maximizes the drop rate of rare items. Double chance of critical blows. Really? And that should be all 4, I think. So my crit percent is 80 now. So this thing literally just, like, maxes out the ability to gain On paper, that seems super busted.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Can I see the, okay, I can. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? Why am I randomly able to do that? That doesn't make sense. Alright, so let's do this, I suppose. Because I have all 4. I didn't go into the other part of the forest, alright. Alright, if I remember correctly, the cards are just super weak to fire anyway, so... Okay, that was still pretty tricky. Alright, so what I definitely want to do now is explore that other part of Lotus Forest. Okay, hold on. Alright. So... that is still changed, which is nice. Because it means I don't have to grow big again. Ow. Please don't.
Deep freeze! See ya! See ya!
Hey, Stera ring, hello. Is that just MP Hastera? MP Haste increased guard speed. Okay, so that's gonna be pretty useful. can be, depending on the situation. Okay, so I would definitely want to go up here first.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Okay.
See ya! Come on! Fire! Fire!
Alright, so these can't be lit sideways, I guess? So I guess I'm going in here. I can never remember how to traverse this area in Kingdom Hearts 1. It was always just super complicated for me.
Fire! Fire! Come on!
This is Lotus Forest. Okay, so this let out... Okay.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Which, that's the way I went originally. So I want to go back where I was before. Yeah. So I want to go back here, and I want to find the other way.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Ah, okay. Nice twang. So I just want to go here immediately. Let me out. Let me out. It's not letting me out.
See ya! Deep freeze!
Those one-shot me? Did this actually one-shot me? No, I just... Alright.
This should help. Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Oh no, why would you do that?
Come on! Fire!
Cool. So now we'll go back here. We're gonna save stay here. And now I want to go right to the left.
Deep freeze!
I remember that's gonna be useful. This just also leads back to Lotus. Did they both lead the same spot? They don't. But if I come in through this way, then it takes me... Oh. Oh, this is... What?
See ya! This should help. Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Alright, so I think now is... the time... Yeah, you're welcome. I I think now is...
This should help.
No, I didn't wanna...
See ya. Deep
Why?
freeze. Deep freeze. See ya.
Get me out of here. I do find it interesting that I can't equip Donald or Goofy with any items. I'm assuming I was intentional.
See ya. See ya. Deep freeze. Come on. This should help.
So now I want to go into that tree before I go into the lake area because I think the tree is optional.
Deep freeze.
Do not, please. Oh god. You freaking one-shot me at the moment, pretty much. Alright. So now I can see what this incarnation of the Bizarre Room is. This is just this side of it. Okay, that's what I figured.
Freeze. Deep freeze. Ha! Come on.
You get a lot of money.
Deep freeze. Come on.
Like, you seriously get a lot of money. No, 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 no.
Here.
Please no. I'm asking nicely.
Deep freeze.
There we go.
Here.
Alright, so you want a high potion. I suppose I can spare one for whatever you're worth. I think you give an elixir.
This should help.
Mega potion. Still good. Even though I'm literally never gonna use mega potions. Unless the party members are deemed worth it, which they so far are not worth it. Free camping set, I'll take it. Because I should go back and get the thunder magic, honestly. Alright, so that's just more Dalmatians.
Come on.
Alright, so I couldn't... Alright. What? What happened? I don't think that was normal. But I guess now that I'm back here, I'll go ahead and jump in the vase.
Here. Deep freeze. Come on. Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! See ya!
Oh my god, these apples are so annoying.
See ya!
So, does that happen every time with that specific card soldier? Okay, that just happens every time with that card soldier, and I don't know why. I think what I want to do is I want to go back, get the Thunder Magic. So that way, once I get the Thunder Magic, I'll go to Traverse Town, do that Thunder thing, and then I'll go back to Wonderland. And then I'll be able to shock those flowers, and see if it's worth my time. In the meantime...
Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Yeah, I think I need a stronger blizzard for these. Alright.
Good timing. Give me a hand, will you? Move that pedestal over there for me. I gotta spruce this place up for the games.
Game!
It's way too heavy.
What? Too heavy? Since when have you been such a little... Oh, wrong guy. What
Such
are
a
you doing
little
here?
runt.
This here's the world-famous Coliseum, heroes only. And I got my hands full preparing for the games, so run along, pipsqueaks. Look, it's like this. Heroes are coming from all over to fight ferocious monsters right here in the Coliseum.
You got heroes standing right in front of you.
Yup, he's a real hero chosen by
I'm
the
hitting the 21-hour
Hero?
mark soon.
That grunt?
What's so funny? I fought a bunch of monsters.
Of being awake, that is.
Hey, if you can't even move this, you can't call yourself the hero. Okay, so it takes more than brawn. Well, let's see what you can do.
Alright. Yep. Let me get rid of my combo pluses. Oh! Auto-filled ability slots because of Lady Luck. I like that. That's interesting. No, not rearrange. There we go. Alright. Yep. Way faster.
Come on!
I'm confused as to what that counter up there is for. So, oh, it's saying 22 out of 25. Alright. Really? There we go.
You know, you ain't bad, kid.
Looks like I'm headed for the games.
Afraid not.
Why not?
2 words. You guys ain't heroes.
Come on.
There we go. So I think I definitely want combo booster for now, and sacrifice the HP. The HP is saving my ass in Wonderland, though, so that might not be a worthy trade, I don't know.
Rather a stubborn old goat, wouldn't you say?
Who are you?
Oh, hey, hold on there, Fuzzboy. Wait, let me guess. You want to enter the games, right? Well, then, hey, get a load of this.
A pass?
It's all yours. Good luck, kid. I'm pulling for you, little shorty.
See, this makes me just want to... Okay, for the hell of it, I'm gonna look at the later worlds and see if they have any rewards worth trying to get quickly. Because there seems to be a common trend of handing out the Keyblade early. Lady Luck near immediately. Oblivion early on, etc. And it was worded to me that trying to get all the side stuff done early is incentivized to become overpowered, quote unquote. Is this new music? Weird, but okay.
And now, allow me to introduce the Master of Terror, the King of Nightmares, Jack Ellington! Bravo, Jack, bravo! Those ghosts will be a big hit at this year's Halloween.
Thank you, thank you. But their movement still needs work. It's not scary enough. I want to strike bone-chilling terror. I'm going to consult the doctor.
Then I'll go attend to the decorations.
See, now the music seems fine. Weird.
I don't understand. Maybe the guidance system was damaged in the explosion.
Nonsense. My devices are always perfect.
Oh, I got it! Why, of course. The Heartless need a heart. Doctor, do you think we can add a heart to that device?
Certainly. A heart's not all that complicated. Let's get to work.
To make a heart, first take a container with a lock.
We need the key to this thing first.
My, that was amazing. And you are?
Sora,
Well done, Sora. I'd like you to be a part of this year's Halloween.
what's this Heartless doing here?
Oh, the Heartless came to town just recently. What's frustrating is I can't get them to dance with me. So, the Doctor and I are trying to improve the guidance system. He's quite a genius. Okay, Doctor, let's continue. The ingredients for a heart. Pulse, emotion,
Terror.
fear, hope, and despair. Mix them all together, and we have a heart.
It failed. Maybe we're missing some ingredients. Let's try adding memory. Sally? Sally! Good for nothing girl. Don't know why I bothered creating her. Sally's got the memory we need. See if you can track her down.
No problem. Sora, would you like to come along?
Sure.
Alright. Magic is proving to be invaluable so far, so I think we're gonna have Donald and Jack. Okay, so Jack just has his standard ability set, it looks like. Whereas these guys do not. Even though Donald has Donald Fire, despite it not showing up in the list, I'm just now realizing that, but okay. MP Haste and a Protect Chain, interesting. He has such little MP. Well, we are technically level 1, so... Yeah. Alright, so he might not be as useful as I'm hoping, but we'll see.
Jack! Jack! We have a major crisis! The Heartless are completely out of control! We can't stop them!
Maybe our experiment triggered something. Everything will be fine, Mayor. You have nothing to worry about.
Alright. There we go. Easy enough so far.
Zero, have you seen Sally anywhere?
Is something wrong, Jack?
No, everything's going great. We're going to have the best Halloween ever. All we need now is your memory.
Memory? You mean this? Jack, I have a bad feeling about this. Why don't you try something else? There's still time.
Nothing could beat what I've got planned. Once we get the Heartless a heart, they'll dance just as I envision it. Trust me, you're going to love it.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I sure did. A heart. What should we do?
Gosh, you really are stupid. Isn't it obvious? Tell Oogie Boogie.
Aha! That bonehead Jack is really making a heart. I'll be triggered. That works for me. Ooh, when I get my hands on that. Well, I've got no hands, but I'm still gonna nab that heart and control the heartless.
Give me just a sec here. Alright, sorry about that. I didn't realize that was a treasure chest. Oops.
Thunder! Thunder! Fire! Come on!
Really? I mean, the treasure chest is worthless because it's a gummy item, so who cares? Annoying. I literally just won.
Here!
Why? Are you kidding me? Okay. I don't think what I need is over there, so I'm gonna stop bothering going over there. Is the mayor over here? I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh, hello.
Deep freeze!
Wrong one.
Fire!
Wrong one. Again. I'll get one of these right. I'm assuming that's wind, I don't know.
Fire! See ya!
No, I keep hitting square for thunder. This is freaking Kingdom Hearts 2, I'm so used to it.
Come on!
God, all I wanted to do was freaking add on my combo pluses back. Please and thank you. So now I should be able to get in here, right? Yeah, alright. Why? What? Why is that happening? I can't... I don't know if that's intentional or not, but I thought I'm supposed to talk to the mayor. So, like... Now I'm just confused. Find Sally to get the memory. But I got the memory. Did I? What? I am so lost now. So I'm gonna leave that for later. And instead, normal drive to Agrabah like an idiot. Oh god. Get me out of here. Alright. Well, I haven't been here, so I may as well keep the turbo on anyway, because unskippable cutscenes.
And the keyhole?
The Hotlers are searching for it now. I'm certain we'll find it soon enough. So that just leaves...
Jafar, I've looked everywhere for Jasmine. She's disappeared like magic.
The girl is more trouble than she's worth.
You said you had things under control.
Agrabah is full of holes for rats to hide in. But why worry about Princess Jasmine? With her or without her, surely this world will be ours when we find the keyhole.
We need all 7 princesses of heart to open the final door. Any fewer is useless.
Well, if the princess is that important, we'll find her. Find Jasmine and bring her to me at once.
Don't steep yourself in darkness too long. The heartless consume the careless.
Your concern is touching, but hardly necessary.
I didn't even look at what I got. Oh god. What'd I get? Did I just get a gummy item? Seems like it. I think all I got was a gummy item. I can eat there. Jeez Louise. No, that is not what I wanted to do. Thank you very much. Get me back up there. There we go. What? Phoenix down? What? That wasn't a thing. Revive Sora on death, only one will activate per battle, has no effect if used. Interesting. Scissors G, that's just a gummy, right? A decorative pair of gloves, yeah. Okay, get me. Oh, I can't leave? Jesus.
Here!
Get me out of this hellhole.
Who's there? Hello?
A letter. might I find this street rat? Jasmine, allow me to find you more suitable company, my dear princess. These little rats won't do, you see.
Jasmine, run!
Ah, the boy who holds the key.
Come on!
Okay. Wow. I hope that's not a 60 FPS thing, because that would suck. Alright, no. That was just me being bad.
Come on!
Well, that's not what I was trying to do, but okay. So hard. Holy shit.
Deep freeze! Oh, deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya!
Okay. That time I'm just flawless at it, I guess.
Try again. Gee, get rid of these guys.
Wish number one, the cannon ran up.
see. Thanks, Sora.
Aladdin, what are you doing out here?
Same old stuff, hunting legendary treasure. Just paid a visit to the Cave of Wonders. I found that magic carpet. And this lamp. Legend has it that whoever holds the lamp can summon...
Please, kid, leave the imperial to a professional. The one and only Genie of the Lamp. Rub it up the lamp and have your 2 wishes granted. Aladdin, congratulations.
Aladdin what?
Patience, my fine feathered friend. Any 3 wishes. A 1 wish, a 2 wish, a 3 wish. Then I make like banana and split. Lucky winner made his first wish. And let me tell you what a doozy that wish was. So he has 2 left. So, master, what do you have for wish number 2?
How about making me a fabulously wealthy prince?
Whoa! Money, royalty, fame! Why didn't I do that? Okay, you asked for it. 100 servants and 100 camels loaded with gold. Just say what, not delivered, 30 minutes less for your meal free. Hey, I'll even throw in a cappuccino.
No thanks.
Okay.
I think I'll put that on hold until we reach Agrabah.
Oh, why a prince?
You see, there's this girl in Agrabah named Jasmine. But she's a princess. She could never fall for a guy like me.
What's that?
Jasmine?
Oh, that's right. She's in trouble then.
What? Well, come on, let's get going.
Fresh air, the great outdoors.
I guess you don't get out much, huh?
Comes with a job. Phenomenal cosmic powers, itty bitty living space. It's always 3 wishes, then back to my portable prison. I'm lucky to see the light of day every century or 2.
Say, Genie, what if I use my last wish to free you from the lamp? What do you think?
You do that?
Genie, it's a promise. After we have Jasmine.
This should help. Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya!
Oh my god.
Here! Here! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! See ya! See ya! See ya! Deep freeze!
Why? What? Why is my combo master not going off?
Here I come!
Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Okay, so I need to figure out. I mean, there's realistically no point killing these guys besides trying to get their rare drops because of Lady Luck.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! See ya! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Come on! Here! Deep freeze! See ya!
Come on. And nothing. How should I have known? I should have known, rather.
Not over yet!
And where's my freaking Phoenix Down that I have, huh? Oh, am I supposed to hold on to the Phoenix Down? That would make sense. Oh, come on. Wow, okay.
Come on! Come on!
saw it coming.
See ya! Deep freeze!
Why is my combo master not going off? What happened to it? It's just gone now. I don't understand. Like that's not normal. I'm supposed to have my combo master, so I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, my combo master's just gone. I think I got hit there. I did. Yeah, I need to like figure out what happened to my combo master. I'm gonna see if it's like something weird in my save file, and if I load a previous one, if it'll work. Because I'm genuinely curious, like, what happened to it now. Okay, so like, if I load this one, I should, in theory, still have it. I do. So if I reload the save that I literally just made, do I still have it? I don't. So what happened? Where did it go? I'm so confused. Like, I don't think that's normal. Come on now. So I'm just gonna load my previous save and then continue from there, because I don't know what happened to my combo master, honestly. But I should not be missing it. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, since I have the thunder magic now anyway, is might as well go back to Traverse Town, do the Thunder thing there, go back to Wonderland, so on and so forth. Do what I was originally intending to do. Yeah, because I have a door open now, so I should be able to do that no problem. I don't think I can do the candles now until I get a bigger blizzard, but I can try it.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Oh, I can. Alright. Oh! You just get a buttload of money. Cool. Except now I need, you know, more MP. Could I do, like, the ceiling fan thing now? I remember there's something you can do with the ceiling fan later on. I just don't remember what or how. Alright. So now... come over here, do the thunder thing here. Might as well do the fire thing for Merlin too while I'm here.
Thunder!
There we go. Whatever that was good for.
Fire!
If I can get anything from coming over here, I might as well. 60 FPS makes this hard. Depth perception also makes this really hard. I did not mean to do that. There we go.
Ha!
Is this actually an empty room? I sure hope not. Donald, get out of the way. Fuck.
There's something about this musty place. It reminds me of the secret place back home, where we used to scribble on the walls. Remember?
Kyrie? Sora?
There we go, that looks more like it. Alright. Alright, so I can't do anything with her since I don't have any summon gems. I don't know if there's a point to practicing magic with Merlin, but I'll try it just in case.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! Here! Thunder! Here! Thunder!
So you can cast magic magic a lot faster.
Under. See ya.
Yeah, like, that's so much faster than it usually is. I wonder. Okay, so I think I actually can get over there. Maybe.
Come on.
That was an overshoot. I kind of want to do this. Oh god.
Come on.
Alright, so full combo, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Cool. Maybe I can have a Dalmatian reward now. I still don't know or remember what the electricity thing did. I know I had to do it for something. Not related to the vacant house at all, is it? Nope. Oh, wait, that's for the Gizmo room.
Deep freeze. Under.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad I was able to make that correlation. So what good did that do me?
Yeah, come on.
Did that simply, like, lower down the ladder? Because I remember, like, I need to do something for this ladder over here. Yeah, there we go. So now I can come up here, and if I remember right, ringing the bell causes the other, like, opposite armor, whatever it's called, to spawn. Either that or ringing the bell gives me a reward. No, don't let it, please. Thank you. Oh, so it's blocked off for the moment. So the only point in this is to be able to get over here, which getting over here gives me no. Dang it. Getting over there does give access to quite a few things. Which I think I'm just gonna do that skip I was doing earlier now, in all honesty. If I can pull it off.
Come on.
Why does clicking in the left thumbstick cause the menu to move? That's so dumb. Ate my jump input that time. Come on, man. It's just gonna be faster for me to go through the gizmo room at this rate. I don't know why I bother trying to skip it. I can literally just run through it. Alright, so this does give me access to 3rd District, but I also want over here first. Postcard, hopefully worth it. Okay, I have to kill all the Heartless now, just because I saw an interaction I can do. Okay, now what is this for? 654, postcard, postcard. Cool. So that puts me at, what, 5 postcards now? So now I'll take that to the 3rd District and get the treasure chest that's up there. I think that might just be another postcard, which if it is, hey, cool. Is this actually pointless in terms of treasure? I thought this would actually lead me somewhere. That's kinda dumb. Whatever. That's not where I wanted to go. Let's put these postcards in. 3rd. Mega Potion. Mega Ether. Mithril. Okay. I would like to get that chest up there at some point. I don't believe I was needing to do anything else here at the moment. This has not updated at all, but I think I'm gonna get one of each of these. Well, I have a haste arrow ring, so no need for that. But the other stuff will be nice. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to go to the flower that wants to be shocked over here. Shock it, just for the sake of shocking it. As well as, you know, be paranoid of this card soldier that just kills me immediately. Do any of the others do that? No. He doesn't. Okay, so if I use X instead of triangle to talk to him, does it still happen? shows world map instead, but it does still happen, yes. So, weird. Alright, so these are just white mushrooms, which I should do one. Need to make sure I'm gonna use the right frickin' spell this time.
Thunder!
Come on. Come on. I can't see with Goofy in front of you, so...
Thunder!
I literally cannot see. Alright.
See ya!
There we go. Mystery goo. Come on.
Thunder!
There we go. That was a waste of time. Cool. Alright, so... Alright, so I'm needing to find Alice now.
Thunder! Thunder! Thunder!
Ow!
Here!
Excuse me. Oh yeah, this rock is gone. Tea Party Garden. Just sitting here thinking, no, where do I need to go? I have no clue, and then I'm right here all along. Sit down to get your present. Mega Ether and a Mega Potion, neat.
Thunder! Here! Thunder!
Oh, do I have to zone in and out? Alright. That's whatever. Do I have the option to sit there again, though? I don't think so. Yeah, alright. Ton of money in a potion. More Heartless. way... Okay, so this is where I have to, like, use fire in the torches.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya! Deep freeze! Here! See ya! Deep freeze! Deep freeze! See ya!
Oh. Okay. Sorry. Alright, so that's the Queen's Castle. Wasn't there another exit, or was that the only one? I think that's the only one. Because this led over here, which is... cool. I made it. More freaking gummy parts. Alright, so I need to go back to Bazaar Room, which I'm gonna assume is just here. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, come on.
Fire! See ya!
Okay then.
Fire! Fire! See ya! Fire! Fire! See ya!
Wow, okay. What? That is very long reach. Fuck off. Does that seriously just hit me for being on fire? That doesn't... Alright. That's some progress made.
Fire! 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 Here!
What do you mean?
Fire! 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 Fire!
Well, okay. those feel faster than usual. This feels like it has much less of a strategy than the armor did. Because everything one or two shots, it feels near impossible to get any decent hits on them. At least without standing up on the table, but then standing on the table, you're putting yourself at a huge risk.
See ya! See ya! Oh, fire!
Alright, hold on.
Fire! 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 See ya! See ya! Fire! Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Really? Really? That doesn't make sense. It genuinely does not make sense to me.
See ya! Deep freeze!
Oh my god.
See ya! Deep freeze!
This is honestly way more frustrating than it should be.
Deep freeze!
Because, like, you literally cannot approach him. You can't approach without using the table, and using the table is just not safe 90% of the time. It does not make sense.
Deep freeze! Deep freeze!
Christ. I can't say I approve of that fight on Master difficulty, personally. It feels very unjust, given the attack patterns that it has.
What a racket. How's a doorknob to get any sleep?
Okay, so I got a new accessory slot, which is nice. What was... heal 10 HP upon deflecting? I think I want critical plus. Like, I think... doubles critical strike chance. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Okay, so we're all rank 2 now, I notice. what this combat lox is. So Wonderland technically done. I guess I'll go to Deep Jungle next. Mithril Shard, okay.
Whoa! Oh, my head. Donnie?
I was inside of the tent, but okay. I do remember this is another fight that can be lost, but it might be better to win, because I don't know if I get a reward for it or not.
See ya! Fire! See ya! See ya! Fire! See ya!
Cool. Easy does it.
Sabor. Danger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is this place?
This place.
Okay. Where did the others go? Look, I got separated from my friends. Have you seen them?
Hmm?
Friends.
Friends.
Right, my friends. There's two of them. The loud one is gone.
Huh?
You know what? Never mind. I'm looking for my friends, Riku and Kairi.
Look for Riku. Friends.
Right.
Kairi. Friend.
Right.
Oh, friend. Here.
Really? Huh?
Friends. Here.
Not sure I understand, but show me. Take me to Riku and Kairi.
Tarzan. Tarzan. Go.
And I'm Sora. Tarzan go, Sora go.
Gorge, where are we? I sure hope Sora's okay. Whoa.
Oh. Huh? Oh, did I want to go out that way? Hey, no worries. I kind of figured that as well, so that's why I just went ahead and decided to continue forward with it. So far, it seems to be working pretty fine. I've noticed maybe one issue, which you can see on the VOD later. Sometime between entering the desert and having Aladdin join my party, I lost lost Combo Master, and I don't know what caused it. Loading my previous save did end up fixing it, though, and I haven't gone back to Agrabah to double-check it. Okay, so as long as I just keep Aladdin out of the party, I'll keep Combo Master, no problem. Okay, cool. Besides that, I did notice a couple weird glitches, which are talking to specific NPCs shows a death screen, and then I'm just warped to a save point. I don't know if that's something that's intentional or not, but I felt it was something also worth bringing attention to. Specifically, the mayor in Halloween Town and the Black Card Soldier near the save point in the Queens area for Wonderland. It does. Talking to the Black Card Soldier would warp me to the save point in the Rabbit Hole area, and then talking to the mayor would warp me to the save point in the, whatever it is, the graveyard area with the gate. So it is warped to the same world I'm in, yes. Maybe. I noticed that if I hit triangle to talk to them as a reaction command, it shows a death screen before warping. If I hit X to confirm to talk to them instead of using the reaction command, it instead shows the world map view of the world that I'm in, as if I'm getting warped to the save point. So it's not like something weird specifically with the reaction command, since it happens with using the X button as well. Yeah, I'm noticing that that's happening regardless. Like, it's only specific NPCs, though, which is the weird thing. Because if I talk to, I suppose, quest NPCs, then it doesn't happen. Because I tested it on every other card soldier, the rabbit, and the queen in her area, and it didn't happen. It was only specifically the black card soldier near the save point. Yeah, it's like it doesn't even pop up their text box. It literally just, as soon as you talk to them, warp. I can show you if you want me to in a sec. I can't use the gummy ship now, but... Okay. Yeah, as long as you understand, then that's fine. Okay. Are there any permanent missables that I have to worry about, by the way? Because I've been going out of my way to, like, explore things and talk to NPCs that I know are normally worthless. Okay. So I can't jump and I can't move around. I don't know if that's intentional here or not. Side content like white mushrooms. Alright, so now I can move again. Okay, so yeah, whenever I move to the left, I just get stuck here, and I can't move, jump, or anything. So I don't know what's causing that, but that's the thing that's happening now. Okay. When you say side content like white mushrooms, is there more to them besides just simply grinding them for the, mysterious goo? The mystery goo? Magic arts have effect. Okay. Speaking of effects, like, I'm gonna have a lot of questions for you now that you're awake, and I hope you don't mind that at all. I noticed that when changing Keyblades, it updates the strength live. Like, notice how Lady Luck 1414 and then Kingdom Key 1416. Like, is that intentionally, like, weirdly lively updated like that, depending on, like, factors that it's pulling in from my equipment as well as the magic that I have on my customize? Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. I just wanted to be certain about it. Yeah, that's what I pretty much noticed when I tried equipping Oblivion at one point. What are the benefits of having MP versus not having MP? Because the way that it's explained in-game wasn't enough for me to fully get a grasp of it. Because the only way for me to beat guard armor early on was using the Obsidian Ring. Okay, because I remember seeing something tied to how it works with the finishers, so I wasn't sure if it was making my finisher stronger or not. Okay, because you implemented the ability to use magic as part of a combo. But in terms of the finishers themselves, like, just the physical finishers will not have boosted damage at all. Okay. Yeah, because when I was fighting the guard armor, I noticed the damage I was doing was very, very minimal, so I grinded just a little bit in order to get the Obsidian Ring, and then my combo to beat the guard armor, because of my playstyle, was Obsidian Ring, removing the Spark Blitz finisher, and then equipping the combo pluses and air combo pluses. Because using that gave me enough damage output to be able to defeat the guard armor in a reasonable amount of time. Learning how crits and finishers work is one of the biggest factors in learning how to do good damage. Okay, so let me go ahead and actually pull up that document right now, since you mention it. In the document... Oh, is that like the Google Doc that you're talking about? Okay, give me 1 sec here then. Yeah, I have it bookmarked, so I was able to pull it up. Thanks. Combat mechanics page specifically. Okay, give me a sec. Yeah, because I read as far down as, the emulator settings and the rank bonuses, and then once I saw that the Master had the Master Crest accessory and other stuff, I figured, okay, I'm gonna play on Master, I don't want to spoil anything further than that, so that's when I'm gonna stop. So I haven't read anything past that at all. Master is immensely difficult, I can definitely attest to that. It feels reasonably fair, to an extent. The Trickmaster fight feels a bit weird, because of very little ways to approach him. But, like, the entirety of Traverse Town felt actually surprisingly fair. Oh, I was getting one-shot just by Trickster alone. Like, I explored a little bit of Halloween Town, I explored a little bit of Agrabah. Like, I can definitely see, like, how hard it's getting already. Hold on. Wonderland sealed Goofy Rocket. So does this mean that... Well, I can't check now, but... Alright. So, past here... Okay. So these magic shortcut stuff, that only affects the Kingdom Key, right? Okay. So that's how you made the Kingdom Key still stay relevant, all things considered. Yeah, because pretty much ever since I got the Lady Luck, I've been using it pretty much just because it seems the most worth it right now. Especially because I've ended up getting, what, 7 Protect Change just from soldiers, just from, like, playing through the game normally, as well as a Hastera ring, like, first try. Yeah. Like, the Hastera ring, I can tell, is going to be really useful later. Like, okay, that actually makes me think of something. I don't know if anyone else, I mean, I assume other people have come up with this combo, but... So, Hastera ring plus the Master Crest. Okay, so it does end up getting limited a little bit, but that's still nice to see. And now I've forgotten what I had. I had the combo booster and... Shock class, that's right. Yeah, stacks to start. Yeah, that's what I kind of noticed. Because I was using the Master Crest originally against guard armor, and then I realized having that isn't helping me because I'm just not doing enough damage to survive long enough. Okay, really? Why is that? Do you just feel it's not relevant, or is it, like, too useful early game? Okay, yeah, not good enough. See, I do notice it's good, but the options that you provide early game, especially with how quickly you can gain money even in Traverse Town, feels like it becomes very quickly obsolete when you pair it against, like, Haste Ring, or the Cure Ring, or especially the Obsidian Ring. Like, early game, you have no magic against the guard armor, so all this is, theoretically speaking, is literally just a +3 strength. So it's just free strength boost for you against the guard armor with no downsides. So if you're somebody like me who notices, hey, I'm not doing enough damage, I'm not good at surviving, so I need to be full out aggressive, Obsidian Ring is way better for that playstyle, just right off the bat. Obsolete immediately by Hastera Ring and the Trickster Earring. Trickster Earring? Oh, okay. So I haven't gotten it yet. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you've done for the synth accessories. Like, I've noticed, like, quite a few changes already, and I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Yeah, I scrolled as far down as the side quests, saw, like, the anti-token things, and that's when I, like, stopped reading into it, because I didn't want to spoil anything for me, but... Okay, so these magic arts, are they just obtained by getting so many... Are they just, like, a random drop from the white mushrooms, then? I knew I should have done that. I almost always resort to using only Thunder every single time, because when I was a kid, I never realized that there were any other animations. I always thought they could only be killed by Thunder 3 times in a row, so that's what I always did. And then, of course, the one time that I don't do that is the time that it would have been useful to do that. Some are only available in certain worlds. Yeah, I noticed, in Halloween Town, they were spinning, which I presume is using the wind spell, but I haven't seen them do that in Wonderland, for example, so that, I'm assuming, is either a second set of worlds only thing, or a Halloween Town only thing. Okay, yeah. Regular melee ground finisher has such a long animation as teach players to roll out a finisher recovery. When you say regular melee ground finisher, are you talking the Zantetsuken animation, or are you talking the, The stun one. Yeah, see, the Zantetsuki animation, it honestly doesn't even feel that bad. Like, if you made it have a lot more landing lag to try to teach people to start rolling out of animations, I would actually say make the landing lag a bit longer. Because for me, with how quickly you can follow it up with a second finisher, gotcha. Yeah, because the fact that, like, I can follow it up with a second finisher already makes it super useful. Alright, combat mechanics. Animation canceling. Also be used to cancel the recovery of your finisher. Cancel the animation as soon as your hit lands and start attacking, moving again much faster. You can use jump to cancel out a guard and dodge roll. You can use glide and super glide to cancel out aerial attacks. Rolling out of finishing animations after you have hit the enemy. Yeah, I noticed that slightly with Spark Blitz, but I still felt it wasn't worth using just because of the damage output against guard armor, so I haven't been using it since I took it off against guard armor. Because it just deals so little damage compared to the other finishers that it doesn't feel worth it. Yeah. I have noticed that tapping square at the right time can just outright animation cancel without actually guarding. Yeah, see, I noticed Spark Blitz was useful against Leon, for example, against him. Critical hits can happen on certain finishers, add an amount of strength to your critical hits by critical damage. Okay. Base ground finisher, Judgment, Hurricane Blast, Zantetsu Prime, and Black Hole benefit. Basic air finisher has very low damage. So, does Lady Luck purposefully have, like, a base 84% critical rate? Okay. Wait, is there a base critical plus? Oh, there is. Okay. So if I remove Shock Class and replace it with, say, Hastera Ring, that puts me at, yeah, 80%. Okay. Sora is invincible for a period after deflecting a guard, can immediately cancel out with any... Yeah, see, I noticed that using guard is, Oh, nice. So you can just have permanent triple if you have the AP for it. I noticed that guarding was especially useful against the bandits in Agrabah as well, because if you're just simply attacking them and deflecting their attacks that way, you're dealing with a super slow recovery for that, whereas if you guard against that attack, instead of trying to deflect it, you can just attack immediately afterwards, and it's a lot more beneficial for you that way, so you can't get ganged up on. Critical counter. I'm assuming that's, something similar to, like not guard break, but counter guard in Kingdom Hearts 2. Described in the next paragraph. Oh, hey, you're right here. Counterattack into a finisher after deflecting with guard. Okay, so yeah, it's kind of like counter guard, but with finishers. Ooh. When you say pierce shields, is that talking about, like, iframes that Maleficent and other bosses sometimes get? Like whenever Maleficent's on top of her rock and has that force field around her? Okay, so regular enemies you can use it against. Alright, so pressing the square button when a finisher connects, allowing you to begin a new combo with the player. See this for an example. Copy link URL, paste. If Imgur Low is for me, that is. So this quick canceling, is that being done by hitting guard, or hitting square, but without using the analog stick, so that way you're just triggering the animation, but immediately going into another combo? Okay. That's a smart way of implementing that, so that way you have the ability to dodge if you want, but if you just want to continue on the attack, you can do so as well. That's a good video to have on hand. I appreciate that. Yeah, that makes sense, because then you don't have to worry about the animation playing. So you've basically done kind of what, Zadix ended up doing with the Vanitas mod, with using reaction commands to animation cancel, but implementing it into guard and dodge roll, similar to what Kingdom Hearts 3 did. Which, that's actually really well done, in my opinion, because I always appreciated that little note that he ended up doing. Interesting. Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far from what I've been playing. And I definitely intend on staying on Master for as long as I can handle. Camera has to be set to manual, right? Because if it's on auto, like, R2 just ends up, like, you can't... Well, I mean, I tried putting it to auto to use L2 and R2 just because I forgot about being able to just swap what left and right are on the right analog stick, because I like having inverted controls, and it just outright wouldn't even turn the camera. The camera was still being controlled by a right analog stick instead of L2 and R2. Oh, that's another thing that I wanted to bring up. Ah, I see. That's why you have to change it in the control pad config if you want to invert the controls. So another thing I wanted to bring up is, I don't know if this is just... God, I feel like the game is just way too loud. I have noticed the half HP thing. I haven't, like, found it detrimental yet. I'm curious as to why it happens, but I'm working around it just fine, so it doesn't really matter too much to me. The big thing that's starting to kind of get on my nerves a little bit, and I don't know if this is something that can easily be changed, is hitting R2 once, making it immediately go into items, feels a bit finicky, because I know that when you release it, it's going to automatically do it again. So, like, hitting R2 is performing two inputs at once, and then releasing it is doing two inputs at once. So, when you're in battle and using all of your items, if you've gone through all of your items, whenever you release R2, your command menu is going to be stuck on items. And for a player that is just starting out, might find that a bit annoying. What I would suggest, if it's possible to do so, is make it so that pushing R2 once hovers you over items, releasing it hovers you to where I'm at right now on potions, and then you can just hit X from there to be able to still target who you want to target, instead of having it be something automatic. It's not necessarily disabling it if the slots are empty. Okay. Because the biggest issue is literally just... It's kind of funny because it plays a little bit into what you're saying. It's literally like using the items in the middle of combat, and then being so used to having it resort to attack that when you run out and you're stuck on items and you're not doing anything when you're expecting to be attacking, ends up screwing me over a lot more than I feel like it should be. Does that make sense? Yeah, see, that's what would be nice. Because, like, if I'm in the middle of battle, I'll be hovering over this, and it'll be doing that on the item menu, just because it can't open up anything since it doesn't have any items. So if there is a way to make a check for, say, hey, this is happening when you're pressing on the items, and have it just revert back to attack when it fails once. Like, that's what would be super helpful, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly, because otherwise, like, having players have to correct that, even, kind of like what you mentioned, if the combat later on gets so fast-paced to the point that that's necessary, then having it to where it's stuck on the item menu and making players have to manually do that in the middle of combat is also going to be very tricky and might end up screwing them over. Yeah, and I'm just, this is purely just, what would be beneficial, for me personally. Other people might not even see it that way, but that's just the way I see it, and I know that my playstyle is going to be very different than what other people are going to play at. Because, by many standards, I am honestly not even good at Kingdom Hearts, honestly. I've never beaten a level 1 playthrough of any Kingdom Hearts game, ever. I literally am just a completely casual player, by 90% of standards, by the community. See, I think that's pretty much exactly what happened with Zad's Vanitas mod as well. Because it's designed around level 1. It had so many things that were designed around his knowledge of the game. He knew exactly how the boss changes worked, how the boss mechanics worked, so on and so forth, that new people, or even people familiar with the game, like Bloody, for example, people who were very familiar with the game would still end up getting curb stomped by certain fights just because they didn't have the knowledge that the developer had. That's why Zad ended up having to nerf Twilight Thorn for a while, until he ended up changing other mechanics around in the fight to make it what he intended, but with more accessibility for the player. Yeah, see, I think having the option to change the difficulty live in the middle of the playthrough is honestly very helpful for the player. Because you know that everybody's, a majority of people are going to see, hey, we get new accessories whenever we're playing on Master Mode. Why wouldn't I just choose that? And then they're going to get stomped hard. Yeah, you see, I appreciate the Phoenix Down idea, although one thing I would suggest is, okay, I completely skipped over that at first, never mind me. All I was going to say was make it so the text reads that it has to be, in Sora's item slots, but I completely skipped over the text that said, hey, while equipped, it does this, so that was just me misreading. No, yeah, I'm going to be very finicky and just say, you need to move it to the top. No, I understand you probably did something custom with it. Was there a reason why, I don't know if it was just the way that the emulator comes pre-configured, is there a reason why circle is X and X is circle, despite this being final mix? Is that just to make it, more accessible to, regular players? So that way they're not, gonna be final mixing, so to say? Oh, in the P-Nash, okay. Yeah, because my problem is I'm so used to Final Mix, and I'm so used to relying on visual cues, that I see circle, and I hit circle, and I just jump around like an idiot. So I'm having to fight that instinct to rely on what I'm seeing, and instead rely on what I know, which is hit X for it. Because, if it were me personally, I would rather keep it the Japanese controls. But that's just my personal preferences. Because I am so used to playing 2 FM mods with Final Mix controls, so on and so forth. Will rebinding it in the emulator cause problems with the PNASH file, though? Because I was just about to do that, and then you mentioned that they were in the PNASH. That's when I stopped. Oh, because the square button and then circle button.
Jane.
I think it would be better for me if I were to have it on the circle button, personally.
Hi there. Oh, you speak English. So then, obviously you're not related to Tarzan. Are you here to study the gorillas?
Highly doubtful.
Sora, Goofy, Donald.
Yeah, I think having,
A circus of clowns.
the JP controls would be more natural for me, just because it's what I'm used to with games of this nature already anyway.
The more the merrier. You make yourselves at home.
Well, anyway, I'm staying. Huh?
Sora, look what we found. Look at this.
As in using L2 for, L2 for the quick items, and then... Oh, that's right, you had the second shortcut menu. I forgot about that. Some keyblade abilities with abilities triggered by pressing R2, but it's way easier if you make them L2 instead. The reason why it's not the way is because L1 plus R2 is dual. Yeah, I can see that. Unless you were to change to where you can make it like L1 is the lock-on feature, to where it's literally just L1, L2 for lock-on, and then that stuff. Oh, I still have turbo on. Offensive magic on the right side feels bad because of how fast you can combo with it. Feels good to have offensive magic on the left button, defensive on the right.
This should help.
That's still such a foreign concept to me. Can't combo with defensive spells, so you don't have to chain them into mashing X while comboing as fast, so it doesn't feel as genuine. I feel like that's just stuff I'm gonna have to experience in practice to really understand what you're saying. Because I can read a majority of what you're saying, but I'm not gonna fully understand it until I can, like, actually experience it in practice. But that's just how I personally am with a lot of things. I'm gonna go ahead and change it to where we are on Final Mix controls. So, cross... circle, cross, X, circle, circle. I don't think that was the correct thing, because you said they were changing the PNASH. No worries. Okay, yeah, so I gotta change it to the other thing. So controllers, plug in, get rid of cross, get rid of circle, circle, cross, cross, circle. There we go. So now it should be Final Mix controls. There we go. Oh, that was fast. God, now I'm gonna have to, like, reconfigure myself for Final Mix controls, even though I know, like, I'm gonna be preferring it more at the end of the day. So, these side quests that you mentioned earlier... required anti-token. So when are these doable? Are these doable once something is locked? Might not be oh. Well, okay. Oh, it's after Hollow Bastion. Trouble in Traverse is after sealing the keyhole. Okay. So I already have, yeah, I already have Wonderland sealed, so that means in theory Goofy should have Rocket right now. Starting Darkness works for me with some people in Discord, so I've been investigating. Okay. Well, eventually, we will check that out. So is there anything else that can be done in Wonderland at the moment now that this is sealed? Or am I better off just focusing on other worlds at the right now? Yeah, I have Thunder from the Coliseum already. I'm waiting to do the tournaments, ideally, until I know I can defeat Cloud, because somebody else earlier mentioned that there is an ability that I could get for beating Cloud that I would be missing out on if I died. Yeah, KH Foreteller 2, surprising amount of fights you get away with losing just means you won't get Sonic Dash. Deep Jungle up until Saber to get White Thing at Fire Arts and use that to cheese Monstro. Interesting. See, it's been forever since I've even played, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 casually. Like, it's been at least 2 years. Maybe a little bit less than 2 years. Because the last time I played through it was I played through it about 4 or 5 months before Kingdom Hearts 3 came out. That's the last time I've touched Kingdom Hearts 1, like, at all. Okay, so now that I'm here, that means that I can go back up here and do the Trinity. See, I used to dislike Kingdom Hearts 1 because of how old it felt, for lack of a better word. When I replayed it, like a year or so ago, I actually learned that I really appreciated the weight of the gameplay and the mechanics compared to Kingdom Hearts 2. And then playing your mod, I also appreciate a lot, just because of the differences that you've made, and how much more complex you've made it just within the first few hours. Even just Vanilla and Final Mix? Like, I remember very, very little from Vanilla. I haven't played Vanilla in probably, like, 8 years, if not more. OneFM has an unfair reputation. OneFM added all the things that built the fundamentals to KH2. Right, because it had, the couple of ability changes that were huge. If I remember correctly, Ripple Drive, Aerial Spiral, a few other things. Yeah, Final Mix had a lot of ability differences. Cool. Yeah, I do remember that difference for Final Mix. I remember... Didn't you have Slide Dash in Vanilla, though? I think Slide Dash is like one of the very few ones that you would get in Vanilla. Really? Vanilla didn't even have Slide Dash? Now, that's why I remember disliking Vanilla heavily, is because it really was clunky compared to Final Mix. Yeah, you see, this is what I'm talking about. I used both my items, now I'm stuck on items and have to navigate back. So that's definitely something that I would love to see messed with, or have an option be given for it. Yeah, because when I replayed one Final Mix, I remember liking it a lot. Like, a lot more than I remember liking Vanilla. So there were obvious differences. I hope I don't die from taking damage on the slide. Oh, I can still attack, okay. Oh, I can, I didn't realize that. Lab instruments, find the 2 research notes. 1 research note is over here. Or that's not a research note, but still. Light the stove. Replication experiment, replicating items. Man, that sure is a useful and helpful note. I will be right back. Alright, I'm sorry about that. Oh, I didn't even realize I was missing a slide. Was there any point to gathering the slides? Normally? I don't even remember. They are? Oh, right, because you have to give Tarzan his memories back or something like that. See, that said X to exit, yet I had to hit circle. So that command prompt was changed appropriately. I think. Yeah, because I have to hit circle for all these.
Well, Tarzan? Where are my friends, Riku and Kairi? Hey, I thought...
That leaves just one place. Young man, we've been in this jungle for some time now, but we have yet to encounter these friends.
Okay. So the icons that showed up in that, like, cutscene or whatever were different than the shortcut menu, for example.
Tarzan, are you sure?
Tarzan, go see Kerchak.
Kerchak?
He must be the leader. Perfect. I'll go along as an escort.
Okay, makes sense. I don't think I saw you explain it. If you did, I'm sorry. What was the cause of, like, the half HP thing after cutscenes or transitioning areas? Okay. Doesn't line up nicely and cause the health gap data at the wrong time. No way to reliably track it and adjust for it. It's a less severe version of an old glitch at some time. I didn't even realize that was a thing that happened. But I've played so little of Kingdom Hearts 1 that it would make sense. Okay, so then another thing I'm curious of recently. Is there any purpose to gathering the extra gummy items from treasure chests? Because I noticed that you gave a lot of stuff already to where we can already go to the second set of worlds right away. Really? I would have thought that that would have been figured out by now. Especially considering, like, how broken down Kingdom Hearts 2 has gotten. Is it literally just because, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 was Squaresoft and not Square Enix that made enough of a difference with the development team? Also, did that say vines will break if hung onto for too long? Think about it, I can literally remake combat system. Okay, I'll give you that. Oh no. Oops. Yeah, I didn't think about that one. You're definitely right there. God, I remember nothing from vines. So, by that logic, are Dalmatian rewards also not worth going after? Yeah, I can understand that entirely. At least not without, like, breaking down the entire ISO if possible, which I know the tools that you guys have that option, but it would be tedious as hell to try to find the appropriate numbers in the live memory to figure out where chest contents are contained. See, I don't even remember. I didn't even realize, like, Araga was from Dalmatians. I never, like, could figure out how to get all the Dalmatians just because I could never find all the treasure chest locations in my casual playthroughs. I see.
Kerchak, please listen to me. I know the nesting grounds are secret, but I trust them. You see, I want to help them because they need us. Ooh, did you get that? No. Kerchak. Kerchak.
Okay, so does that mean that you guys also haven't been able to figure out, yeah, turbo speed doesn't matter too much to me either way. Does this mean you guys haven't been able to figure out how to implement the cutscene skips that the remastered versions have? Like, the official one is hacked together poorly, or what you guys have been able to make out of it? Really? That might explain why they never tried to implement it into Final Fantasy X. Yeesh. I mean, didn't they have to rebuild the game from the ground up for 1.5 because they lost the original source data? Because if I remember correctly, 1.5 used a Sora model based off of Dream Drop Distance, didn't it? Oh. God, I have no idea where to go now. I'm literally playing this casually. The rebuild thing is a poor interpretation of a translation. Oh, gotcha. That makes sense. That might explain, the Zodiac Age's build then as well. The build quality and the file types that it's used. Because Zodiac Age seems like it runs on literally just like an emulator of sorts in a PC version, given the file types that it uses. I don't know how I missed this before. Because, I mean, half the freaking file types that are in Zodiac Age are literally just PS2 data. It's literally just .ps2 data or something. Oh, hi! How did you get here? Oh no. Please no. Meanwhile, the Last Remnant has its stuff all arbitrarily encrypted to the point that there have been very little, if any, tools created for it. Like, the Last Remnant, the file types are literally like Rush build type or something like that. Because the main character's name is Rush. It's so stupid. See, I played like a solid 30 hours worth offline on my old computer. Blew the power supply in that computer, lost the hard drive, it's in the house somewhere. And because I never had Steam Cloud since I played it offline, I would have to play it from the very beginning. But I definitely plan on trying to get back into it, especially because I'm trying to get around to figuring out how to mod it with a friend of mine. See, every hard drive I've used, I've had for years. Like, I literally just grab a hard drive out of an old laptop I got from a pawn shop that screwed up, take the hard drive out, carry it with me, chuck it into my next desktop. Rinse and repeat. I have like 5 different hard drives that I swap between now. Between 250 and 500 gigs each. I do use an SSD for my operating system, but besides that, I just use hard drives. Just with like small file or small sizes. I have no idea where I'm going. Yeah, see, whenever I'm inevitably able to get a job again, or if I'm able to get the donations for it, ideally, I plan on getting an NVMe drive, because my operating system's currently on just a SATA SSD that I bought for like $45 2 years ago. Yeah, my motherboard has the slot for one NVMe drive, so I'd probably just get like a 250 gig or a 500 gig and just future-proof it. I have a nice little PC part picker list that I put together for what I would want to future-proof my computer for the next like 4 or 5 years, but the overall costs are like $850. Because new power supply, new CPU and motherboard combo, new RAM, an NVMe drive, and ideally an 8TB hard drive. And I think it came out to like $850 before the 8TB, and then like $1,000 with the 8TB drive. Because right now I'm running on one 1TB, one 500 gig, and then my 128 gig SSD. Used to have a lot more storage when you had a lot of media, but stopped having much of a ROM collection. Same amount of space. Yeah, see, my Steam library is basically that of my 1 terabyte. Literally, like, 450 gigs of my 1 terabyte is just from my Steam library. Because Final Fantasy XIII takes up the most of 60 gigs. Then, ironically, Final Fantasy XII, because unencrypted, it takes like 55 gigs. Plus, every time you uninstall or reinstall a mod on it and boot the game, it creates a dump file. That's usually like 2 gigabytes on average each. Yeah, I've had to resort to that myself. I'm going to be a bit slow to play because I just got breakfast, so I'm going to be taking a small break, I suppose. See, I do have a folder that's literally just called ISOs, where I just throw all my emulation stuff in there. But even then, it's not that big of a size that it's taking up. Like, let me check how big my ISOs folder is at the moment. Yeah, ISOs is literally like 33.5 gigs. And that's counting 3 different Windows ISOs as well as a copy of Debian Linux. So... Is it just from, like, testing a bunch of different things together and having backups? Yeah, I'm that way with Final Fantasy XII whenever I test a bunch of different mods out at the same time. Because I like to, what we would used to have to do was, before the Vortex mod installer was created, and FF Griever provided support for it, we had a arbitrary, like, bare bones GUI installer for the mods. So I would always back up my VBF file before I uninstalled or reinstalled any mods, just to make sure I could always have a clean one on hand without having to re-download 30 gigabytes. Because, my god, the way Square Enix packaged FF12 until their most recent update like a week ago. If you had one single file inside the VBF changed, and you verified the integrity, you would just re-download the entire 30 gig VBF again, instead of just finding what was changed and downloading the individual files. Only in their most recent update did they fix how that works.
Fire!
Runs at 10% increased speed. I felt like I was noticing a speed difference, but I wasn't certain if it was just 60 FPS being wonky like it is in 2FM on emulator, or if it was just me going crazy. How is the game breaking, though? Also, I can't say I've noticed it in menus per se, except for maybe the battle menu. Oh, I see. Did it cause the one... What was it? There's a glitch that Bizkit likes to show off every time he does a, Kingdom Hearts 1 run at, like, GDQs and stuff. Where you find I think that's actually the alleyway skip. Where you just skip in through the fence, and then you're able to move around in the middle of the cutscene while the cutscene with Kairi plays where you get the Oathkeeper. Like, does that, like, would that end up happening whenever it would skip the triggers? New animations, canceling 10% speed as that while making enemies faster than normal. Okay, so here's a question. What was the purpose of adding the accelerate ability? I haven't messed with it yet to see if it changes, like, much at all. Oh, I see. Okay, so it's mostly just used, intended for grinding of sorts. Am I missing a flower? Oh, gotcha. I am missing a flower. Am I still missing a flower? Am I even doing the right thing at the moment? I don't know where I'm supposed to be going.
See ya.
The flowers do nothing. I remember there being, like, a fight here at one point. I did show the slides to Tarzan. I was up in the vines. The vines took me here. Shh, that's where I'm supposed to go, the treehouse. Thank you. Now, how do I get to the treehouse again? Deep Jungle is where I always got the most confused, I swear. Here we are. So I was just running around in circles without going the only other direction I needed to go. Here we go.
Wait, Kerchak, please.
You don't understand. I was only trying to. A snake slithered by. You see, I saved that poor gorilla's life.
Still trying to, like, juggle eating and streaming at the same time. I still have turbo mode on. Ugh, there we go. Is it just me, or do some rooms, like, notice here I'm, like, blatantly 60 FPS, and then when I go into this room, it's in 30. Is that just a side effect of, like, how the rooms are loaded? Because I noticed that happens in the Dalmatian rooms as well. They, like, revert back to 30.
How could you do such a thing?
Now, Miss Porter, as I told you, I was not aiming at the gorilla.
You are not to go near the gorillas again.
Oh, because of
Okay.
one mishap. Come now.
Are they glitches, like, related to maybe clipping out of the area because of collision detection? Like, similar to 2FM, like, the teapot can't freaking climb the staircase because of 60 FPS?
Track them down somehow. I'll stake my life on it.
I think I remember that being a common glitch that happened, whenever 1.5 came out on PS4 originally, and then it had to get patched. Because I remember, like, that happening to, I think BizKit and a couple other people.
Heartless.
Okay, see, this I think I remember at this point. Maybe. Sure, hit me. Ow. Compensation how? Really? Yeah, because having them enabled was actually nice for DPS against, guard armor. Yeah, I have definitely noticed that finishers are good. I've been meaning to disable the combo pluses at least. I have noticed that the air combo pluses seem basically, or not the air combo pluses, but like the air combo in general just seems basically infinite with how fast the attacks are. Okay. See, the +2 strength I felt was nice, but... because that was giving me, like, +4 strength, having everything equipped. But I think the Brave Warrior would actually be better to have right now, anyway. Multiplicatively with other range boosts. Okay. Yeah, so I've noticed. Oh, this thing. What? I thought that was the right one. Whatever. I doubt this thing is worth fighting anyway. Or is it? Well, too late now. Yeah, that's what I figured. Not worth it right now. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. It's not too bad necessarily, but it's definitely noticeable. Like, wait a minute, something feels different here. Yeah, like, the only ones I've really noticed so far have been the Dalmatian rooms and then the bamboo thicket. Did Lotus Forest have it? I wasn't really paying attention, or enough attention back then to see it. Okay, you know what? That makes sense considering, like, how finicky it was being, or trying to attack the tree as it was. I also don't know where else I'm supposed to be going now. Because, wow, my memory sucks. Oh, shoot. Oh, my phone's charged enough. Oops. Cool. Have I done all the Heartless kills? Like, were there any more after these? Treehouse. So I've done campsite 1, bamboo thicket 2, other area 3, and then what? Are there 2 in the treehouse or something? Oh, okay, makes sense. Yeah, I can never remember how to easily... Damn it. Okay. Yeah, I can never remember how to effectively navigate deep jungle. Yeah, I'm not used to having Combo Master this early. Oh, that was the group. Oops. Yeah, bear with me, because I've been awake for like 24 hours now, straight. I haven't gotten a wink of sleep, so... I'm going to be pretty absent-minded for quite a few things. Like that. I mean, you saw how early I messaged you on Discord, after all. Okay, so it's mostly just whenever you spawn in, you're spawning in at half health, I'm noticing. Like, rune transitions seem to be fine. Yeah, Cure is gonna be the big thing. Like, you might hate me for this. Even playing on, Final Mix Proud mode on PS4, I never used Arrow. Like, casually playing through the game, I never used Arrow. I have that, I'm the type of person to literally just brute force things until I get through them. Inevitably. Even if I have to, like, save state scum a lot for emulation. Yeah, I will have to keep that in mind for sure. Alright, so now it's just a matter of getting back to the tent, right? Should be, rather. Yeah, I think that was the last of them. Hey, shell chain. Neat. Mr. Clayton. Alright. Am I missing one? No, okay. God, stuff was so ambiguous in the first game. deserve that. That's what I get for trying to eat, like during a cutscene.
This should help.
Oh yeah, he really do be zooming though. I didn't even notice that. I was too busy trying to eat my sausage.
Fire! See ya! Fire! This should help. Fire! Fire! Come on!
Yeah, that's what I kind of figured, was that it was like 30 FPS stuff. Is it normal for Sabor to be able to be looped like that? Because that felt kind of cheesy. Yeah, Enix is literally just like lazy when it comes to ports. And they don't fix anything until they get community backlash. Honestly, I think we're better off just leaving people to recreate the games from the ground up like what Saraiko-san's been doing. Granted, they don't plan to remake the entire game, they've just been creating more of a debug engine test sort of thing, but what they've been doing has been a nice proof of concept regardless. Oh, I never checked to see what the shell chain does. Okay, I have a chance here. Okay, literally. Is that to every element in the game? Or, like, is that just like magical resistance, period? Not dark, but all the others. Okay. It might be smarter to actually have Tarzan in. So, like, first off, is it normal for Donald and Goofy to not be able to equip any of the items? 2, is it normal for Tarzan to be able to equip an accessory? Yeah, I didn't even look at White Fang yet. 1 MP, 1 strength. So is Tarzan having a slot just an oversight then? Okay. Good to know. Also, I think I'm going to keep what I currently have equipped, because I think the HP may or may not be necessary. See, I was worried about Clayton. Yeah, the HP for sure. As soon as I can remember how to actually fight Clayton. I mean... True. Okay, so I'm just gonna stick to only Thunder.
Thunder. Thunder.
I'm not used to the, like, magic command sticking to the same one that I've used. Did that? No, alright. See, I would like to try to take on Clayton. Oh, so this is just a key item that grants me a permanent reduction. So wait, while casting Thunder, I receive a damage resistant? I'm confused on the wording here. Okay. Yeah, that wording confused me.
Fire.
I sure wish party members didn't get in the way.
See ya. Fire.
Ooh. As if fire wasn't busted enough for my personal usage. Alright, where is he? Aw. See, that's what it was sounding like. It was sounding like it would just be like a long enough feedback loop to the point that you'd be able to just spam it until he dies.
Come on.
See, I have no idea, like, where I'm going at the moment is the issue. Because I thought I just had to go fight Clayton, but where I went to, as far as I remember, fight Clayton... Fuck. God, this world did its best to elongate shit. Okay, so... I remember. Go to the end of the hippo place. There we go. Let's hope I don't get sniped by his saber this time. No, no. I'm trying to finish my last sausage. For God's sake. They still do nothing, seriously? Oh god. So stupidly ambiguous. See, literally, when you examine the flowers, it says that you're supposed to, like, do stuff with it to make them bloom. So, my mind immediately goes to, hey, wait a minute, you should try to make the little things bloom because they are related to the big thing. That's just the way that my thought process works. Must help the gorillas. Yeah, you see, to be fair, you're acting as if I'm paying much, if any, attention to cutscenes instead of just turboing through them and wishing that they were just over already. One question I do have, just because I'm curious, what was the reasoning behind starting the player off with so many healing items? Especially with giving them, like, Mega Potions and Mega Ethers, like, out the ass in Traverse Town. Give me a sec. Oh. Okay, cool. Wait, what? Did you really get that many elixirs that early on in the game? Ooh, okay. That's sad. I don't remember, like, receiving that many elixirs early on, because I have, like, what, 14 Mega Potions? Like, that seems like quite a lot to be given. Like, I received at least 5 from Traverse Town alone, if I remember correctly. Oh, does it? Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I never use mega items anyway, because, like, who gives a fuck about party members, so they're just glorified potions. But the elixirs, I feel, would have been useful if you had kept them in there.
Clayton.
Not Clayton. Not Clayton.
When you say interact badly with the MP system, what exactly do you mean? Okay. Give me a sec. Okay, so yeah, I can kind of understand where that's coming from. Okay. Should I have just put Oblivion on for this? I feel like that might have been a good idea. Means I can allow something like Spellbinding to exist with sacrifice overall power for literally infinite MP. Oh. Doesn't infinite MP mess with, spell balance, though? Jesus! Hi! How are you? Oh. Giving up power in exchange for infinite casting. Okay. Jesus fuck. He's so fast. He is so fast. Holy shit. Oh my god. That thunder spam at the end is kind of ridiculous, though. Like, holy shit. Christ. Anything that has involved a new mechanic generally has a large chunk of power pushed into it to encourage people to try out the new things. Magic comboing is a new mechanic, so I sped it up to pretty much as fast as I can make it without getting unreasonable. Ah! That was a good one, too. I mean, I'm getting literally one-shotted anyway, so I feel like I literally may as well just have Oblivion active and just be completely physically. What do you mean? Oh my god. Okay. That got my heart racing a bit. It does feel like it's a little bit like what, 2 or 3% reliant on the lizard placement, because the only reason I survived that second half was because I just happened to be stuck literally between Clayton and the lizard to the point that he could not hit me with the eye lasers. Otherwise, I was more than likely screwed. Like, the placement that I got made me very lucky. Yeah, I still need to get the hang of that. Like, this combat is almost too fast-paced for me.
Tarzan home.
Give me a sec here. Alrighty. Yeah, it's a very good introduction to this sort of system, though. I feel like playing on Master is a very good way to be forced to learn the necessary mechanics that you are intending. I do feel like so far it is very well thought out. Especially because, like, that Clayton fight, once you showed me that Imgur video, when I realized what I was doing wrong, it feels a lot more well-balanced than what I was treating it as before. And I think if I were to go back and fight Trickster, knowing these subtle but specific differences with the magic and combat system, I feel like I would appreciate Trickster's fight a lot more as well. Yeah, the learning curve is definitely, like, steep is putting it lightly, to be fair. Also, are you sure you didn't edit these chests at all? Because I don't remember getting, like, 1,000 mithrils in the first 4 worlds. Really? I don't remember that being the case. Unless it was changed between PS2 and PS4 Final Mix. Because I don't think I ever beat PS2 Final Mix. Or even got that far in it, for that matter. Yeah, I would have no idea either.
Look, the waterfalls. They're going all the way here.
Friends there. See friends.
Oh, no, I've got it.
Yeah, it's just like something in my head is telling me, like, getting this many mithril this early does not feel natural compared to what I experienced on PS4.
No heart. No see friends.
And I played, like, Final Mix Proud on PS4, so... Right, yeah.
But it's sure not the kings.
I think someone has a new admirer.
Are they really? I'm interested in learning, like, how you went about making a lot of these changes. Even if I'll never use it in practice, it's fun to, like, read about and learn.
The hunter lured them there. It was his lust for power that was the bait. But it seems the bait was too tasty for his own lure.
Yeah, he got chopped instead. A weak-hearted fool like him would no chance.
Really?
But the boy is a problem. He found one of the keyholes.
Fear not, it will take him ages to find the way. Besides, he remains blissfully unaware of our attitude.
Yes, the princesses.
They are falling into our hands, one by one. Speaking of which...
So does that mean you renamed Megalixirs in the game? By tossing the things. Okay. Upgrade the Keyblade with key change. Every key change will add different effects to the Keyblade. Access the equipment menu to use a keychain. This keychain mechanic, I remember... Hold on. Okay, that makes sense. The whole keychain thing, I don't remember seeing that be elaborated upon much in base game. Was that really all it was? Was just like, hey, you can change your Keyblade, but they call it keychain instead for some weird reason? 20% damage reduction for 4 seconds. Okay. Yeah, because I noticed, like, in the status menu, I noticed, like, this was weirdly pronounced in the font. I mean, I'm reading everything, but that's because I haven't played the game itself in so long that I don't even recognize what's vanilla and what isn't. Okay, so I'm assuming this Strange Cage 1 stuff is the same reason why Donald and Goofy are giant-ass font here. Yeah, okay, that's kind of what I figured. Same thing for, like, Donald's abilities, Goofy's abilities. Okay, yeah, Rocket, Tornado, there they are. And then he has Leaf Bracer. Neat. Okay, so yeah, I actually am curious of this Phoenix Down visual effect.
This should help.
Interesting. That almost looks like a barrier of some sort. God, having to, like, keep all 4 fingers on shoulder buttons is such a new concept for me. I almost always only use my index fingers for the shoulder buttons and then just swap back and forth as necessary. In this mod, it used to be an item called Barrier Potion. Koopa coins were a thing and they sat in the inventory. Oh, neat. Everyone constantly had them trigger and trash mob fights, so the result is the... Okay. Because people just kept dying randomly, and because of the original Koopa coin system, hey, you died, now you have to have a new thing. So now they can just kind of choose when they want it to trigger. That's a nice feature. Oh. Yeah. I would, like, actively be avoiding that shit, then. To try to intentionally save them. Okay, so still nothing new. You're still the shop guy instead of being the gummy guy. Yeah, that makes sense for sure. Okay, so I have the Red Trinity now. Alright, how many Dalmatians have I even freaking collected now? 27. Sheesh. Implying it's not unbelievably difficult now. Jeez. Why would you do such a thing? Oh no. I see. Well, so far I really enjoy it. Do you just prefer, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 over 2 or something like that? Kiraga G, Firaga G. Cool! Worthless items. I love it. That's fair. Considering, like, Zad has made one character mod already and is making another one as we speak. As well as, like, Sonic making the Garden of Assemblage mod, Biz's private, currently, randomizer mod, Key to Truth's broken, but public, randomizer mod, so on and so forth. Oh, cool, another postcard. So that's what would have been a Mega Elixir normally. Or an Elixir, rather. Let me in. Let me in. Yeah, I noticed that. I appreciate that. That's why I was pointing out, like, I'm not used to normally having more than just my index fingers on the shoulder buttons, but I think this mod is going to incentivize me to learn how to hold the controller and have index and middle fingers, so that way I can have, like, all 4 shoulder buttons easily accessible at once, instead of having to take the time to swap between R1, R2, L1, L2. It's just the controller feels like it slips out of my hands if I have only 2 fingers holding onto the base. Or 4 fingers total, 2 with each hand. So that's why I prefer having 3 to grip the bottom, and then I can use 1 for the shoulder. Excuse me. Come on, give me something good. Wow. Worthless piece of trash. Never mind. See, I suppose I could, in theory, get used to 1 on the right, 2 on the left, but that still just feels so awkward. Cool, more Dalmatians. Got anything else for me? Nope. Cool. You got it. Happy Friendship Day. That's fair. I've always been a very, things have to be equal sort of person, so it's very unnatural for me. Like, I think I'm just gonna end up learning how to brute force 1 finger on each side of the shoulder buttons, and then just get used to it that way. And that'll just be the easier thing for me. Hello? Give me my summon, nerd. Why can't I have my summon? You're supposed to give me my summon. Alright, fine. See if I care. Is that normal for her to just, like, completely ignore me when I'm saying I want my summon? What goods? I have the Earth Shrine. I have... what? The Simba gem. The book? What? What language are you speaking to me? Is this something I completely forgot about, or is this something you put in? Oh. I forgot about the Winnie the Pooh world. Or the book, rather. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Right. Yeah, because I was curious about when I have the opportunity to take on opposite armor as well. You know what I would have enjoyed seeing? A remade boss fight for every world instead of pretty much just Traverse Town, and then, like, a secret boss. I mean, I already talked to Leon in the Waterway. He gave me the Earth Shrine. That's why I was trying to go to Merlin, was for the Earth Shrine gem. But yeah, it would have been nice seeing basically like an opposite version of each world's boss fight instead of having opposite armor. And then, like what, Phantom and Neverland, the weird armor with 6 swords in Agrabah, and then like that was it. And then like the unknown figure from Final Mix. Simba is Yeetus Deletus. Oh no. See, I never used summons, like, in my last casual playthrough of Final Mix either, so I'm not familiar with vanilla versions of summons, as broken as they may be. Tinkerbell gives you regen and auto life. Best general use summon. If you're talking Kingdom Hearts 2, I remember that much with Peter Pan. I don't remember there being a Tinkerbell for the first game. I'm so used to menuing for Kingdom Hearts 2. Really? Was Tinkerbell in this game? I remember Bambi, Dumbo, Simba, and Mushu. That's all I remember. Unless it's something you modded in. I mean, the only reason Mushu's busted in level 1 is because of the way the EXP 0 damage scales. Yeah, the damage storage glitch. Okay, so now I can talk to the Fairy Godmother. Now I can get my gem. Bibbidi bobbidi boo. Simba will now delete you. Might be able to overrate how Mushu works. Ooh! Got some recent stuff happening. Oh boy. The joys of having an update to what you can edit. You realize everything you've done thus far has been running on eggshells. Everything cracks beneath you, and then you have to rebuild it all again. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Sink, 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 sink.
Like, I'm not surprised by that at all.
Hi there. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just thinking.
Oh.
I was thinking of how to say goodbye to Pooh.
Pooh?
Yes.
Wait a second. You're Pooh?
Yes, I'm Winnie the Pooh. Pooh for short. Who are you?
I'm Sora.
Oh, hello, Sora. Have you come to say goodbye to Pooh, too?
Well, no. How would I do that? We've only just met.
Because everyone's gone away.
What do you mean?
Well, we all lived here in 100 Acre Wood, and we'd take walks together.
Wait. The pot that rises up from the water that you turn on in the Sideways Bazaar room would cause you to teleport to an unused area? Holy shit, that is fantastic.
Maybe I shall end up going away somewhere as well. But I wonder, how would I say goodbye to myself? Think, think, think. Oh, my tummy is getting rather rumbly.
But we can confirm that that pot is not broken any longer, right? God, I'm so used to, like, the menu choices defaulting to the no option and having to hit up or down to select yes. So used to it. Okay, that's nice. Also, I'm pretty sure you've already realized this from other people as well as me, but Combo Master makes getting certain chests super early super broken. Like this chest here that I got just from, like, trying 4 or 5 times. Really? So it used to be harder than it was now?
There you are. What's going on?
Riku!
If you break the game without crashing, good job.
Hey, cut it out.
I'm not dreaming this time. Right?
I hope not. Took forever to find you.
Riku! Wait a second, where's Kairi?
Isn't she with you? Well, don't worry. I'm sure she made it off the island too. We're finally free. Hey, she might even be looking for us now. We'll all be together again soon. Don't worry. Just leave everything to me. I know this...
Leave it to who?
Sora, what did you...
I've been looking for you, and Kairi too, with their help.
Who are they?
We've visited so many places and worlds, looking for you.
Really? Well, what do you know? I never would have guessed.
Oh, and guess what? Sora's the Keyblade Master.
What's that mean?
So, this is called a Keyblade?
Huh? Hey, give it back.
Catch.
Whoa. Okay, so you're coming with us, right? We've got this awesome rocket. Wait till you see it.
No, he can't come.
What?
Forget it.
Oh, come on. He's my friend.
I don't care. Oh, he's gone.
Riku? Nice going. Oh well. At least he's okay. And who knows? Maybe we'll run into Kairi soon, too.
So basically you're trying to challenge me to see how much stuff I can break. Got it. I'll usually find something one way or another. As if I didn't already with teleporting NPCs by using the reaction command. I mean, at least it didn't actually crash the game, thankfully. Then I would have been upset. Wait, are they really? So I'm lucky that it hasn't caused it to crash yet? Because, like, this is one of the NPCs right here. Except he doesn't cause it to crash now? What? Or, not crash, but reload. Yeah, because notice how I randomly, go into a fight there for a second. Because my battle meter turns red. Yeah, there it is. But then I just reload. Now I reload here. Before I would reload in the rabbit hole area. Very small chance each time. So you're saying we keep doing it until it happens. Got it. See, that's weird. Huh. Yeah, see, I have no idea what's happening. But I know nothing about what you've done, so it makes sense for me to have no idea what's going on. I see. It's almost surreal seeing it happen, honestly. Just because it's not something I would have expected. Randomly triggering the randomizer end timer. See, I'm not even knowing what you're meaning by randomizer, so... Cause you to spawn at the location of whatever world you last entered from the gummy menu. So that's why it shows the gummy menu, like, world icon thing. So how come before it was showing a death screen, and not that gummy world? Ooh, I see. Okay. Yeah, because I only ever got 2 specific screens. One of them was the one that you just saw, and then the other one was a single frame from a death screen. Do those tend to show up even at the end part with the randomizer? Oh, okay. God, that is so much easier now. Randomizer uses force reloads to enter and exit. Okay.
Not again! Genie, get rid of these guys!
Wish number 1 coming right up!
See. Thanks, Sora.
Len, what are you doing out here?
Same old stuff, hunting legendary treasure. Just paid a visit to the
Gotcha.
I found that magic carpet. And this lamp.
I'm definitely excited to see, like, what later game for this mod brings in. I'm hoping I can reach a majority of the content on Master, but I'm not sure.
Oh, 1 wish, 2 wish, 3 wish, then I make like banana and split. Lucky winner made his first pitch. And let me tell you what a doozy that wish was. So he has 2 left. So, Master, what do you have for wish number 2?
How about making me a fabulously wealthy prince?
Whoa, money, royalty, fame, why didn't I do that? Okay, you asked for it. 100 servants, 100 kettles loaded with gold. Just say the word now, delivered in 30 minutes or less for your meal free. Hey, I'll even throw in a cappuccino.
No thanks.
Okay.
I think I'll put that on hold until we reach Agrabah.
Oh, why a prince?
You see, there's this girl in Agrabah named Jasmine. But she's a princess. And she could never fall for a guy like me.
Jasmine?
Oh, that's right. She's in trouble, Len.
What? Well, come on, let's get going.
Give me a sec. I'm having, like, weird cramps happen in my mouth from yawning. I'm trying to fix it.
Ah, let's hear the great outdoors.
I guess you don't get out much, huh?
Comes with a job. Phenomenal cosmic powers, itty-bitty living space. It's always 3 wishes, then back to my portable prison. I'm lucky to see the light of day every century or 2.
Say, Genie, what if I use my last wish to free you from the lamp? What do you think?
You do that?
Genie, it's a promise. After we help Jasmine.
Alright, no problem. Oh, wow. Damn it.
This should help.
back. I am currently trying to figure out where to go for Agrabah. Wow. Last thing I did was I went to Aladdin's hideout to talk with Genie about finding a keyhole. Okay. I tried going to the desert already. It led me to the area that should have the, the big giant skull boss? The entrance for the Cavern of Wonders or whatever, but it's just a sand dune. Palace I can't figure out how to access, because every area that I can find is blocked off unless I'm just blatantly missing one from Aladdin's hideout that I'm just now realizing. I'm pretty sure I have all those unlocked. I think I just forgot that, hey, Aladdin's hideout has a way to get to the palace. Oh! I also want to try going over there, but I dropped the jump input last time. There we go. Because now I can get the treasure chest, see what's in it. Dark matter. What was that for again? Was that just a synth item? Yeah, alright. Nope. Not putting up with that. Are there any keyholes that I'm missing, do you think? Or is it literally just, hey, I need to try going to the palace? I've definitely switched 2 keyholes already, except that one's still locked, so maybe not. Really? Like, this one's still locked, as you can see, but I don't know if that's supposed to be locked or not. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. There we go. Mithril. More mithril. Yeah, see, this leads to the bazaar, which I've been to before, and it didn't, like, lead me anywhere. Oh, it has the keyhole! I guess I never did this keyhole. Or, did I, maybe? Maybe I have to kill the enemies first. Ah! Not okay. Very not okay. I literally cleared this room out before, too. Ah! I dislike how long it takes to load, honestly. It feels like it takes freaking forever to load in this game. No, you're right. 3 does take forever to load too, but it has much bigger maps, to be fair. And usually continuing doesn't take forever to load. At least from what I remember. Bigger per loading zone is what I meant. I mean, 100 Acre Wood was just pointless anyway to begin with. It was literally only added just for the sake of being added, so they can say they had it. It was pointless. It really had no reason to be in the game. There we go. Okay, this I do remember. Except that's not what I wanted to do.
Setting your
Thank you. Oh, okay.
setting your sights a little high. Aren't you, boy?
It was pointless from a story standpoint, honestly.
Street rat. I will not allow you to trouble the princess anymore.
Like, it should have been more than just, like, a mobile phone game's worth of content inside of that world.
Help Jasmine, please.
Oh, God, I forgot about Pot Centipede.
You're making this really easy, you know?
So sorry, boy. I'm afraid your second wish has been denied. Huh?
I'm sorry, Al.
And now, I bid you all farewell. Attack!
Ow. Wow. Alrighty then. I never liked Pot Centipede even in the base game, honestly. I've always despised this fight. Alright, let me check out this link. Jesus, you weren't kidding about this being a filthy combo. I want to say, in theory, I can replicate it. Damn it.
Setting your sights a little high. Aren't you, boy?
I mean, I'm obviously going to be safe-stating in the fight, too, just because
I'm so sorry, Aladdin.
I'm not the type of person who has the pride to...
One wish left. You're making this really easy, you know?
So sorry, boy.
I can't focus with the cutscene on Turbo. I'm not the kind of person who has to beat the fight from beginning to end without save-stating in the middle, like what Bloody or other people do. The way I see it, if I just win the fight, who cares?
Deep freeze! Deep freeze! Not here! Thunder! Here!
I should have more MP than this. Yeah, I could. Got him. So you're right, abusing magic at the end of combos is kind of the way to go for fights like that.
To the desert! Come on, let's move!
Like, second serious try for that, not bad. Not bad at all. What did I get? Ray of Light, 3 HP, 1 MP. See, for Pot Centipede, it's not even the damage more so than just the AoE that it deals to the spare pots. Kill off enough spare pots, it basically immobilizes Pot Centipede itself, and then you saw what I was doing. I was using fire to receive that little bit of MP back to be able to continually spam it without needing to approach it. Again, with like the feedback loop of receiving MP back. I'm gonna test out that pot thing now if I can. As in, it takes a lot of damage for it to stagger? Is that what you mean? Oh, gotcha. I don't even know if I can make this. Oh, I can. Cool. Oh, it just leads me here, which I already got the chest for, so it was pointless. Well, you can see here that it did work for me, at least. Amazing against the duo FF fights, because it knocks him out in most animations. Interesting. Okay, I just got free shit. Cool, thanks. Oh no, I did not mean to talk to you. I don't want to warp, thanks. Why am I in red right now? Why am I being considered in combat right now? Does this have to do with, like, those unused parts of memory that you were talking about earlier? Because, like, whenever I spawn from a save point, I will sometimes randomly be in combat for a split second. Okay. I'm gonna be right back for, like, 5 minutes or so. So, apologies on that. Alrighty, I'm back. Took a little bit longer than I expected. Sorry about that. Oops. Just ignore the sound of my phone dropping, no big deal. Oh, those are air soldiers. I should have seen if I could kill them. So now I'm supposed to be out here? Yeah, okay. Now it's time for this fight. Okay. Crush the power of darkness. If I can remember how to get up there. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Thank you. Ow. Ah, okay. I'm not surprised by that. Give me 1 sec here. Sorry about that. Yeah, I tried to fight the Guardian once and failed miserably. But here I am about to try again. Except I used the continue feature, so I'm at half health by default. Alright, let's see if I can get this to work. Ah, okay. Man, Cure doesn't even fully heal me. What? Bullshit. Wait. Oh, is the mushrooms laying down on the ground supposed to be Cure and not Gravity? God damn it. I'm going to get mad at this fight, I swear. This is gonna be the fight that, like, pisses me off. And the biggest reason is just gonna be, like, controls. And how fucking tiny the targets are that you have to hit. Jesus fuck. Yeah, that's what I was starting to think, was that, like, with Combo Master... What the fuck, dude? I'm gonna admit, I highly dislike any fact of being able to be one-shot. I've never enjoyed that as a gameplay mechanic, ever. Even in, like, Zad's mod. Implying I have arrow right now. I don't. I don't even remember where it's at, man. True. I'm just a stubborn bitch. You were speaking to somebody who is very stubborn in their ways. I hope you're aware of that. I am stupid and will brute force the dumbest things possible. I don't even, like, know what I'm supposed to be doing in Halloween Town. Because it said, hey, find the mayor to get the surprise for building the Heartless. I went to the mayor, talked to the mayor, and I got warped. So I don't know if I just can't progress in Halloween Town or not. I seriously don't know if I'm just genuinely stuck. See, when I looked at the journal said I was supposed to be finding Sally, but as far as I'm aware, I had already found Sally at that point, so I don't know what happened. All we need left is surprise. I've left that to the mayor. So this means I'm supposed to be talking to the mayor, right? I have to talk to the mayor to get the surprise. So I come in here. I have to kill all the Heartless in order to interact with stuff. Alright, so I'm in here now. Here's the mayor right here. So I'm gonna talk to him. And I got warped. So yeah, I think for right now, I literally just cannot progress in Halloween Town until we get a fix. Hopefully so. I guess this means I get to hop aboard Monstro now. Or Atlantica, but I don't want to deal with water tank controls at the moment, so... Yeah, I'm not surprised that Atlantica is easier than Magic Spam. Alright, so as soon as this is all done, I'll save the game, close it, use the new PNASH, and then reboot the emulator. Wait, really? Toggling Turbo just updates the PNASH cheats? Has it really been doing that in the console and I haven't noticed it? Oh shit, so it is. I never noticed that. See, loading a save state, I can understand reloading the cheat files, but just Turbo? That's kind of interesting.
Hey, Sora, are you okay?
What are you guys doing? Where are we anyway? Whoa!
Oh, you know, I think that big old whale monstro just swallowed us. And for today's weather, expect showers. Oh, heavy showers.
Hey! Who's there? It's me! Oh, it's just Pinocchio! Pinocchio!
Pinocchio? No, where are you going? No! Come on, everybody, after it, quick!
See, this will help out a bit too, because if I remember correctly, I get high jump fairly early on here.
What have you got there, Pinocchio?
With this, we can get out of here, Father.
Really? With this big rock, you think so?
It's true. So, how did you end up here, Pinocchio?
Oh my, so the whale swallowed all of you too? My goodness.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, Monstro seems to be like the common go-to for high jump stuff.
Looking for him. Thank goodness we're together again. So, you seem to know Pinocchio quite well. I hope he wasn't good boy in my absence. Well, we've all had quite a journey, right, Pinocchio? Pinocchio!
Wow. Well, there's Scan, which is pretty much worthless. Wow, thanks. Isn't a high jump in this first room? Or am I being stupid? Oh, okay. One of the games has high jump literally just as an ability in the first room, and I don't remember which one. Oh, I don't remember how these chambers go at all. I remember Riku, Darkness, Pinocchio, blah blah blah. That's like the only thing I remember about Monstro.
This is no time for games.
But Sora, I thought you liked games. Or are you too cool to play them now that you have the Keyblade?
Riku, what are you doing here?
Just playing with Pinocchio.
You know what I mean. What about Kairi? Did you find her?
Maybe.
Go left, and then the first door you see every time. Is it really that easy? That is exactly the issue, is going off ledges. Like that. It's just so easy to do. Alright, so go left, and then the first door you see each time. Another shell chain, neat. So wait, am I supposed to be trying to go into this one? No, I can't go into that one, so I have to go into here, chamber 3. First door you see, so right back into here into chamber 2. Right over here to chamber 5. Right here into chamber 6. Oh no. Thanks, barrel spiders. I love you. Please don't do it again. Please. Go, 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 go. I don't know if this is the right way or not. Fuck. Am I even going the right direction anymore? I hope so. It's like I have to get rid of the Heartless to even see. Okay, cool. So I just have to beeline straight ahead. Go, 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 go. Okay. I'm surprised I stayed on track so easily.
He has all but deserted you for the Keyblade and his new companions, after all.
I don't care about him. I was just messing with him a little.
Oh, really? Of course you were. Beware the darkness in your heart. The Heartless prey upon it.
Mind your own business.
Riku! What's the matter with you? What are you thinking? Don't you realize what you're doing?
I was about to ask you the same thing, Sora. You only seem interested in running around and showing off that Keyblade these days. Do you even want to save Kairi?
I do.
Cool. Alright, let's see how Parasite Cage goes. Luckily there's a save point right there, so even if I hit continue for half health,
Let's do it.
I'll be fine.
See ya!
Is this literally just a rinse and repeat? Okay. That was a bit rude. Wow, okay. Fuck, okay. I had a strat at one point, and I lost it. I didn't pick the staff, though. I gave up the staff. Yeah, I did. I picked sword because I'm always the type to be, like, physically aggressive. So I figured it would be the smarter choice for me. My last playthrough, like, my casual playthrough on PS4, I did do, staff gave up sword, though. Yeah, this attack range, like, already is being pretty neat. Like, I found a pretty good system that kind of works. So I'm noticing that Thunder doesn't let you keep MP bars by having them, like, charge up with the yellow. It just uses one full MP bar in the story, whereas Fire, you can use a ton more of. Yeah, I've definitely noticed that for sure. Was that always the case?
Pinocchio! Pinocchio! Please, give me back my son.
Sorry, old man. I have some unfinished business with this puppet.
He's no puppet. Pinocchio is my little boy.
He is unusual. Not many puppets have hearts. I'm not sure, but maybe he can help someone who's lost theirs.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about Kyrie?
What do you care about her?
Was that not considered the first boss? Oh, so it's in here, but it just doesn't show up in here until after I defeat it. I see. As if I even remember where it is. Wait, was I really? Wow, I am just being blind to everything, I guess. Yeah, I completely missed it then. Yeah, there it is, okay. Excuse me? Was that supposed to happen like that? Okay. I think I remember seeing something like that from Wonderland, yeah. Cool, more Dalmatians. Oh, that's the Dumbo summon. Neat. Ow.
Hey, let Pinocchio go, Riku! A puppet that's lost his heart to the heartless. Maybe it holds the key to helping Kairi. How about it, Sora? Let's join forces to save her. We can do it together. What? You'd rather fight me? Over a puppet that has no heart?
Heart or no heart, at least he still has a conscience.
Conscience?
You might not hear it, but right now it's loud and clear. And it's telling me you're on the wrong side.
Then you leave me no choice.
Pinocchio! Pinocchio!
Jiminy, I'm not gonna make it.
Oh!
Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Alright, Parasite Cage V2. Let's go. I'm not prepared at all for this. Oh, I have an extra item slot that I'm just now noticing. Oh. Hello there. Okay. I thought he only did that straightforward. Okay, I'm not gonna do this. This is gonna also anger me a lot if I continue. I don't know what else I can realistically do at the moment besides, seeing if I can win against Cloud. So that way I can try to fight Cerberus. But I feel like Cerberus is going to be too difficult for me as well. I don't remember where Arrow is. I genuinely don't. And I am too lazy to... Oh, is that it? That's annoying. Okay. Now you have my interest. I almost wasn't gonna do it for just wind, but if there's a combo modifier there, then yeah, I'm doing it. Fuck it. I'm at like 26 hours in a row awake right now, so I'm just brain dead. I'm purely running on autopilot at this point, I feel like. Yeah, but I can't... That Cave of Wonders boss fight is extremely tricky, although I do still have to try, like, Thunder Spam from a distance and see if it can work. So Agrabah is what will upgrade the accessory shop finally. Okay. I couldn't remember what it was that did that, that's why I've been checking so much. With high jump, I feel like quite a few things should be easier now. Oh, really? See, I was sitting here thinking rank ups were almost exclusively tied to, Okay, that explains where I got the, extra item slot, then. Yeah, see, I was thinking rank ups was tied purely to locking keyholes. While I'm here, I may as well try turning in my extra Dalmatians and see if I get another thing. Critical counter. Is that what's been, happening whenever I guard and then immediately attack or whatever? Ooh.
Thunder, here! Come on!
Yeah, like, I already forget what critical counter is. Also, I'm disliking how these enemies have been updated to be the, aerial knights already. That scares me. No. Let me do the ground combo, thank you. Critical counter which follow up a successful guard with the finisher. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. Was there anything else for doing this? I thought I remembered, like, items dropping out of the bell. Especially Ripple Slide. Ripple Slide cannot have iframes. It still gets the... Oh, except. Alright. Still gets damage when it's so. Okay. Alright. Time to lose, pathetically. This doesn't seem right. This seems like literally the same exact fight, especially considering the HP bars. Oh, wait, that's right. It acts like that at first, and then it changes. And I already used an item. Fuck me, right? Intentional challenge. Oh, Jesus. Jesus fuck, okay. Oh my god. I am literally better off using Oblivion at this point. That wasn't even intentional. Fuck off. Jesus fucking Christ, these hitboxes are ridiculous. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, okay. little bit tedious, but it got the job done. Alright, so that fight wasn't terrible. I'm just rushing in a lot, which is my own fault more than anything. Alright, so now I have the extra magic, or the extra MP rather, so I'm at 5 now. Is it really 50%? I thought it was a lot less than that. Interesting. Well, this is going to be a habit for me to have to learn. That's why you gain such a large amount of MP on each hit. Okay. Good to know. I have a feeling that's going to make my life a lot easier with Olympus. Yeah, anything that's implemented well like that, I certainly appreciate. Alright. Yeah, I mean, I can literally double his offensive power with Oblivion if I care enough, so... I feel like the tournament experiences weird side effects from the 60 FPS stuff. Really? Is that including or taking into account doing all the side stuff? Okay, that's good. No. Cure is also nice because it means I won't like screw myself over trying to do stuff like this. Oh,
nothing to it. This should help.
Alright, we should start a counter now. How many times will I use Blizzard instead of Cure on accident?
That's the power of the Keyblade.
That's number 1.
That little punk is your next opponent, okay? Don't blow. Just take him out.
The great god of the underworld is afraid of a kid? Sorry, but my contract says...
I know.
Really?
I know the contract. I know it says you're only required to kill her.
That's interesting to do with the Keyblades.
Come on. Hey, it's like that old goat says. Rule number 11. It's all just a game. So let loose and have fun with it. I mean, a casualty or two along the way. It's no big deal, right? Jeez. Stiffer than the sticks back home. Still, suckers like him are hard to come by.
Very easy to not notice, but anyone who thoroughly checks his stats will notice. Sometimes it goes up by more than the rank bonus says it should, and that's because the key. Okay.
Deep freeze. Come on. Here.
That's the best you can do?
Thunder. Thunder.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Fuck. I don't want to lose against Cloud. Like, I don't want to miss out on abilities. Possibly. See, someone else earlier, like way earlier, mentioned that you would miss out on Sonic Dash or something if you'd lost against Cloud. Okay, that's good to know. God, fuck. I refuse to lose either way. Oh. Okay, let me just eat his sword real quick. I had to have a quick snack.
That's the best you can do?
Ow, almost. Yeah, I'm sure. Come on. See, half the time, whatever that move's called, the big spherical attack, half the time it causes Cloud to stagger, and half the time it doesn't. Like, then it caused him to stagger. I'm almost there. Okay, that's not what I was intending to do. So you're saying I should have critical counter right now, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, okay.
That's the best you can do?
I meant to use thunder there, but sure, let's go with it. My reaction times are just ever so slow. Ever so slightly too slow. When used with... Okay, so Ripple Slide, when used... Okay. Okay, so can I not block that attack then? Got him. Okay, so it just has a weird hitbox then. That makes sense for a Ripple Slide, yeah. Like, it's such a strong attack that it makes sense for you to have to be a sort of a glass cannon when using it.
Oh, right. There was one other rule. I forgot. Accident.
Yeah, you see, I have a Hystera ring equipped right now. So what difference would a AGA ring make compared to just the Era version? Yeah, like I had the Hystera ring equipped. Okay. So it just straight up changes how guard functions then. Oh man, all these Imager links you keep giving me. Oh wow, you can actually guard Ice Titan as intended now. What a freaking miracle. I saved, right? I'm gonna save again. Alright.
Kid, I got 2 words of advice for you. Attack!
Diamond Dust and One Winged Angel. Oh, arrow cost 2. Oh, I still died. it's because I'm at half HP for some reason. Okay, so using the item shortcut will put you back at attack, but using the R2 button does not. Ow. Oh no, please no, please no. Please no, please no! Okay. High potions are a full heal. Yeah, I need to get more high potions. Okay, I completely did not realize I can deflect those. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I thought Arrow was deflecting those. That's not what I hit. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no. Not what I wanted to hit. Cast Thunders in the wind. There we go. Yeah, thankfully. Like, wind, I didn't realize how useful it really was. I did not even see what I got because I checked my phone.
And confer upon the full rights and privileges to participate in the game. Further,
So what did I get for beating Cerberus?
you rookies still don't understand what it takes to be a true hero.
Triple bite, okay.
Well, that's just something you'll have to find out for yourselves. Just the way that I did.
No problem. We'll start by proving ourselves in the games.
There ain't gonna be any games for a while. Gotta clean up the mess from that last battle first.
Okay, we'll be back.
I still can't believe that Squirt actually beat Cerberus.
Just between us, I'd already worn Cerberus down by the time the little guy jumped in.
My lips are sealed.
And hero license. Emblem half. Half of an emblem left behind by opposite armor. It gently pulls toward the 3rd district. I don't even remember getting this. So, that's cool. critical plus, +1 strength. But critical plus, +1 critical damage. Okay. Very similar, despite the fact that you can get the shock clasp at the beginning of the game, and that's a reward for beating Cerberus. I feel like Triple Bite might need something besides just a +1 strength to be more worth the reward, but maybe that's just me. Is it really? Okay. Yeah, because I've been focused, like, so heavily on the strength. Raw strength builds and raw crit builds are just as powerful as matter. Really?
Yeah.
So, why did you go
See,
along
I'm
with it
normally the type that just spams attack, heals once in a while, calls it a day. So the fact that I'm having to take a completely different approach to how I normally play Kingdom Hearts 1 or even Kingdom Hearts 2 for that matter is wild to me.
For your light. Don't lose sight of it.
How about rematch sometime? Fair and square, no dark powers involved.
Please let this be Metal Chocobo.
I think I'll pass.
Sonic Blade. Okay. That's one of the limits, right? Yeah. Might be worth having on. I don't usually use limits in this game. Yeah, Thunder's doing a lot more than I gave it credit for, in all honesty.
He's strong. He's kind. He's always there for you. And he's handsome to boot. He's perfect. Perfect.
Perfectly infuriating.
Worried about.
Yeah, Stomp is really good in this game.
Whoa. Here's the deal. Let Hercules train the kid. In this game, I'll take care of them both. Who invited you to the party? Stay out of this. This is my show.
As you wish. Fight to your heart's content.
Alright. Now we know what time it is. Grinding in the Coliseum time. Did I get a rank up for beating Cerberus? I imagine so. Rank 5. +2 magic, +1 item, +1 accessory. Magic combo boost. Coliseum rewards are improved. Okay. Yeah, because you mentioned something about, a good reward for defeating Hercules by myself. Yeah. Like, as Sora by himself, right? Christ. That's so good. Felon Her Cup's pretty easy, but the Pegasus Cup is very hard. How big of a difference is it really, though? Okay, yeah, that's fair. Is, Pegasus Cup the one that throws, like, the Final Fantasy fights at you? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember that fight, because I remember, You can easily deflect like Yuffie's shuriken if you want to focus her first to make it a bit easier to fight Leon. New cup called Darkseeker Cup. Ooh. See, you've done, like, way more than I could ever see anything in, like, Kingdom Hearts 2 being. Like, adding, like, bonus post-game content like this, I would imagine is, like, near unheard of for Kingdom Hearts 2. So you guys have done a lot for this game. So it's something very recent. Does the forced reloading just make use of, the unused, like, memory or game calls? Stuff that's just, like, never used, period? Or does it just make use of stuff that's not called in the moment? I didn't want to heal twice, but thanks. Force reloading uses the game's standard reload system. We just figured out how to activate it. So what does reloading really give you the ability to do? Because it seems like it's giving you the ability to access... Okay, would soft locker get you stuck? Okay. Oh! Okay, we're doing that game. Where I just get one-shotted. Cool. So kind of like how, back in the old days of Kingdom Hearts 2 boss replacements, where you would just get soft-locked in the arena that you chose just because the boss would never properly trigger the flags. Now, it's like, hey... Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I figured. It's neat that you found a way to kind of activate that manually. That's really neat that you can just apply those triggers, like, whenever you please. I don't even think something like that's necessarily figured out for 2 yet. No! Yeah, like, the fact that it's... I mean, I wonder if that could be, like, the stepping stone to figuring it out for 2, honestly. Because I know, Zadix was able to figure out how to implement custom bosses using specific triggers, but I don't know if he found a way to actually warp you out of those fights. Because he added in 3 custom fights to his Vanitas character mod. I remember that much. But I never got far enough in the game to be able to test it out myself. Yeah, the methodology makes it easier to kind of understand what you're looking for in the future games. Especially for, like, 1 and 2, with how, like, synonymous they are with each other. Hopefully it wouldn't be too big of a deal to look into. For some reason, I want to say, like, Zad was able to figure it out at one point, though, for his, excuse me, Vanitas mod.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
See, I haven't even paid attention to what Shriek actually does, if I have it yet. Oh, okay.
Nothing to it.
Yeah, having a nice, like, transition into a combo is always really nice. It adds so much more than anybody can realize. God, I really died on, like, the second to last scene, holy shit. Okay, neat. So it plays better animations depending on the distance you're at.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
Okay, so Impulse is that thing that looks kind of like, what's it called? Not Slapshot from 2, but, yeah. What's the ability from 2 that's like 3 swipes side to side that nobody ever uses? Was it Dodge Slash? Can't remember the name of it, but I think it was Dodge Slash. Because, like, no, like, decent player uses it just because the animation time is so slow. Yeah, but the way that it looks is similar to that move from Kingdom Hearts 2. Just as 1 slash instead of 3.
Take that.
I wonder if I could actually do the time limit for this right now. Elementals give me so much trouble. Holy shit. Oh, no! He just came in from out of nowhere. See, that's what I'm hoping for.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
See, I'm not even certain whether or not I necessarily need Leaf Racer, at least right now. Like, it would have helped for that one specific scenario, but it's been niche applications so far that it would have helped me.
Nothing to it.
Oh, I imagine so. I believe it. Cool.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
So far, so good. Oh no. Oh no. I did the wrong thing. I did the wrong thing. Oh my god. I meant to thunder. Can we not do that? Thank you. See, I wouldn't be surprised if I actually do end up needing to do that later.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, KH-1 Sora was like a treat for us. Those guys are literally just free MP fodder.
Here. That's the power of the Keyblade.
Okay. I mean, you've already made me learn to try to incorporate Arrow way more commonly, whenever I feel necessary. No, don't do that. That's the exact opposite of what I want you to do. Still challenging because you have to manage additional MP cost. Yeah, exactly. Heal loop enemies with MP Rage and Leaf Racer later on is basically the only way to do bosses like Kurt Zisa. God, don't even get me started on Kurt Zisa and Phantom. I don't even remember if I ever beat Phantom on fucking Final Mix. Cool. I did the thing. Damage intake difference between Master and even just critical is probably a lot higher than expected, so it can result in certain bosses requiring near perfect gear setups on Master. I was reading that and missed what I received. What did I get? What did I get? Combo... Oh, really? I still only have 2, though. Oh, it's all the way down here for some reason. Okay, cool. Number of accessories are designed specifically to make certain things on Master beatable. Okay. New abilities will always show up at the bottom. Also noted. When given by the original game. So, was there a reward for doing the time limit stuff? Like a worthwhile reward? Sounds cool, don't spoil me on it, I'll get it myself. Helps with farming Sith Heartless and enables some... Okay, yeah, I actually do want that then. Donald, you are ruining everything. Well, I meant I wanted to see it whenever I got the ability, but no big deal. Doesn't matter either way. Yeah, so I've noticed already. Document leaves a lot out on purpose. See, I still feel like there should be at least some good documentation that explains everything in full. Purely for the players that will want that sort of thing. Because I would hate to feel like, or be paranoid if I'm missing out on anything, for example. Just not in the main dock. Okay. A lot of it is stuff that happens in the main progression. Okay. Yeah, I'm just like one of the types of people that will be paranoid about missing things or missing out on changes or differences. Like, that's why I was specifically, like, going out of my way to grab chests, was because I wasn't sure if any chests were changed or not, for example. Gotcha. Oh, I never downloaded that update, Pnash, actually. I don't know if you did or not, but if you could just, like, throw that my way on Discord, I'd appreciate it. Okay, cool. Awesome, thank you. Oh, so the guard prevents that from loading, I guess. I'm like, hold on, why am I able to just keep spamming guard? What's going on? So I added a lot of the ultimate accessories to the dock, so people... Enemy detector, cool. So people know how to get all the different stuff to make the builds when they want to look for them. Okay, yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that I appreciate, being able to know what to look out for. For me, I like being able to see how early I can access stuff as well. So, like, Zad included something that is for post-game content, but this post-game content you can only get after you've done literally everything else in Kingdom Hearts 2. So, all the org fights, you've beaten Terra, you've beaten everything, and then you unlock a chest that gives you a Keyblade, and the Keyblade literally just says, like, check remnant.txt. Get endgame accessories by killing stuff in Atlantica and Agrabah. So, Hastica Ring, Kiriga Ring, and the Trinity Sigil. Interesting. Changes enemy encounters, increases chance of encountering special enemies. Can I use enemy detector in combination with Encounter Plus? Okay. So, I don't have the next cup unlocked now, do I? Do I? I don't. Okay. So I don't remember when I can unlock the next one, but probably sometime soon. Yeah, I wouldn't expect the drop rates to be that good. Knowing my luck, either I'll have to spend 4 hours grinding for it, or I'll get them immediately. And there's gonna be no in-between. Buy them in the shop later. Okay. Yeah, I'm always interested in trying to get, like, late game stuff as early as possible within reason. Like Final Fantasy XII, I won't glitch the game out specifically to be able to get stuff literally at, like, level 5. But whenever I'm at just enough of an overpowered level early in the story to get endgame armor and equipment, I'll do it. Yeah, like, the Necrohol and Abadis of the Backnamby Merchant, or trying to get, like, the late post-game Lusu Mines content. I will purposefully grind before, like, Arcades, before going to Dracula Laboratory, go explore those areas, and then, like, play the rest of the game. If that makes sense. magic arts right away. Yeah.
Come on, Sebastian.
Ariel, wait! Slow down!
Really?
Don't leave me behind!
Are there white mushrooms in Atlantica? I hope not.
Oh, relax, Sebastian. They don't look
Ah!
right, Flounder?
Why would you do that? Why in the ship? You're gonna make me fight the shark just to get the mushroom?
What do you mean?
They do seem a little different. Where are you from?
We're from kind of far away. And we're not
I
really
hate
used to
that
waters,
shark so much.
Oh, I see. In that case, Sebastian can show you how to swim around here.
Yeah, blame Square for that terrible, awful shark. Oh, shoot, yeah. I don't remember how this works. I don't remember how to... Okay. X and square, okay. I didn't even see where he went. There he is. Nice fucking, like, 4-frame animation on the seaweed. Okay, so here's another random question. What is the reason for turning the sensitivity of right stick down to 2 to pretty much where the dead zone is?
Good job! Now let's move on to safety.
Sebastian!
Really? Interesting. Also, are these recolored from your mod, or were they always just Final Mix recolored? Because I don't remember them being bright, like, piss yellow. Really? Oh my god! God. Not even a mod can make Atlantica combat feel good. Yeah, that's a good idea. Spam magic with my 5 MP. What do you mean? Yes, I can. I just talked to you. Yeah, I do. I just also really don't want to sacrifice that 6 HP I have, because that's literally saving my ass. Between 2 to 3 shots. Okay. I'll give it one attempt. Just because God knows I want to stay away from Atlantica as long as possible. Fyra and Blizzara, all for beating... Okay. You have my interest. You had my attention, but now you have my interest. Not recommended until you have Soulblind. Yeah. Yeah. I was just trying to see if I could get anything from early in the world. Yeah, I'm not surprised, which Fyra being here. Okay. Let me see what I have. MP haste is honestly really nice. I might do this, that way I can keep some HP and still gain an MP. Because I think the MP haste is going to help me out. So yeah, I think that should be fine. And I'll just go back to the save point. As long as I don't die! Since for some reason the air soldiers can just one-shot me, which I really dislike. Airsoldier.avi. Because you gave them high strength. Why else, Kappa? I have to be close to thunder it? That's dumb. Ow! Oh, I didn't want to use it twice. No. Oh my god! What do you mean? Yeah, I did have it. I just got greedy. That's all it was greed, because the flame breath got me, and I didn't think he was doing flame breath, I thought he was summoning. Oh no! Oh no! No, 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 no. Finally! I did it. I did it. I was only clenched for like half of it, but I did it. I'm kind of happy about that. Is it really? Oh! The fucking air soldiers were more of a concern than anything. Yeah.
Defense! Heal! This should help.
Ow. No, 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 no. Oh, man.
This should help.
See, I never played MGS2. I only ever played 3. But it's also the same way, more often than not. Don't I already have a shock clasp? I do. Alright. I love that I wasted all of my MP for that. Yeah, I imagine. That's what European Extreme is for, like, any MGS game. You get seen, you're done. End of story. Oh, I just can't go over there. Okay, cool, thanks. The guard routine's in it? Okay. Please don't assassinate me. I am holding L1. What do you mean? What do you mean? L1 was my L2 shortcuts. L2 was my L2 shortcuts. What the fuck happened? I am holding L1 right now. L1, L2, L1, L2, L1, L2. Yeah. Something's definitely borked. Attacking does not use items. But I can't use L1 in circle, like, at all. L1 in triangle, cure, L1 square, wind. L2 circle uses the item, but L1 in circle does not. L1 circle does literally nothing. Interesting. If I replace these, will it fuck up the L2 menu? Okay, so I just have to replace these, and it's as easy as that. Yeah. Inconvenience and nothing more. They are staying Cure and Arrow. Never mind, there we go. Alright, it seems fine now. I don't know why it didn't, like, keep the changes before, but... Oh, no. No, 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 no. Get me up! I wanted to go up. Oh, my customize stayed fixed this time. Okay, I'll take it. Just let me get it. That's not what I wanted. No, I just want the treasure chest, please. That wasn't even worth it. Okay, we're good. Okay. Well, I thought I could. This is a new area, however, so... intentional. That's what I'll call it. Intentional. No. No. Is it possible to actually stand up there? It doesn't look like it, but I can't tell. Doesn't seem like it, though. You can. Man, you shouldn't have told me that. Oh. It was just that easy. Okay. It's a shell chain. Something I've been getting as a drop for weeks now. Cool, thanks. Worthless. Alright, so that just threw me right here. Oh! Oh! Get juked. Get juked. Jukin'! Jukin'! No! I'm mad about that. I'm actually mad about that one. Okay.
Heal. Defense.
I just want to see if the chest is worth it, please, and thank you. Kinda worth it. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! Invisible shooting projectiles. Yeah, I hear ya. Okay, time to see if this chest over here is worth it. 3, 2, 1, run for it. Mythal shard. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I know nothing about this game's synth. Oh, God. No, thank you. Oh, okay, thanks. Synth items are very strong. Noted. Pretty sure I get... Yeah, there's a chest over there. Yeah, I wonder, like, how many of these I've gotten purely just because I've had Lady Luck equipped. Get me out of here. Bye, Donald. Hello. I see you guys over there. Oh! Okay, fine, you're the first to die.
See ya. This should help.
Yeah, like, depending on how, worth it later game materials are, I may or may not just straight up keep Lady Luck equipped for way longer than I really should. and just eat the other stuff because of it. Eat the downsides. Oh, Red Trinity. True. I mean, I haven't been punished so far, as far as I know. Boo, that should give me something. Okay. Seems it won't budge. Keep exploring the ruins. Oh, rude. General situations where you would be really pressured to change our boss fights, which don't drop items anyway. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Scenarios where, like, it would be smarter either way, just to have the better thing. Yeah, basically. Because I'm imagining the boss is literally just Ursula. Yeah, I am not surprised by that at all. Yeah, that's what always screwed me up before. Oh, I thought this is what I was supposed to do. I didn't realize this is for treasure. Sick. Or both if I want to spend the time for it. I honestly have no idea how much longer I'll be streaming.
My first wish, Genie. Show me the keyhole.
Turbo Jafar laugh is always worth it. Abilities you get here is the one that makes long combos more viable. Okay. I mean, I'm kind of liking the AoE finisher stuff for mob fights, but I think the long combos might be more worth it for bosses. Oh, it's just a save room now. Cool. Both are viable, depends what you want. Man, you can't give me choices like that. I'm not good at making choices.
That boy again?
He is more persistent than I expected. Why not explain the situation to that boy, Riku? Doing so may actually prove useful to our...
Wait a second. Are you Maleficent?
Jafar, let Jasmine go!
Peace.
Not a chance. You see, she's a princess. One of 7 who somehow hold the key to opening the door. Open? But you fools won't live to see what lies beyond it. Genie, my second wish, crush them! Genie, no!
Sorry, Al. The one with the lamp calls the shots. I don't have a choice.
General way to help a choice be made for you is that if you're focusing mainly on melee to the point where you have low MP, want to take off Ripple Slide to get the 100% crit chance. That's basically fundamentals of ability swapping, basic damage output adjustment. If you remember that, you'll be good to go at making whatever weapons and accessories you want also do good damage. Thanks, Pizza Hut. You're literally lighting up my world by making me think that I got a text message. Oh, thanks for the free HP, I guess. Ow. Never mind, I hate you. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh! I died. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? That's bullshit. Oh, that time he actually hit me. Okay. Why is he now hitting me with shit? Ow.
I'm really sorry about this. Run!
I think this is gonna be one that I save state on. As stupid as that may be, considering I got through Lion Fight. That's not what I meant to do, but okay. Ow, no, 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 no. Don't have faith in my skill. Don't. Just don't. Got him. Okay. Was I supposed to get fire there as well, or am I getting that a little bit later?
Genie, my final wish. I want you to make me an all-powerful genie.
Okay, makes sense. I completely forgot Genie Jafar was even a thing, honestly. Okay. Okay, teleporting Iago. Thanks, Donald, for casting Arrow for me. It seems just faster and more efficient to just, like, spam physical attacks. Oh! He two-shots. That attack did not have much... Like, I did not have any invincibility frames going into that. Okay, thanks. Donald, you were just a split second too late with that. Okay. So when I see him charging up the lasers, I should just stick to the ground. Yeah, I do remember that. Because I have seen that, like, actually in action as well. I somewhat have the animation canceling down. I don't know if you saw it with those combos on Iago earlier. Got him. Accessories to multiply this effect? Yeah, because the starting one for Mastery was one of those, where you take 50% less damage for guarding. Stack it quite high and use to basically turn guard into iframes, but you still stagger and take chip damage from it. Okay, so like I could combine that starting Mastery accessory with other stuff that I presume I can synth or I will receive later, if I want to take a more defensive, tanky approach to wait out openings. But for me, I'm enjoying just staying on the aggression side.
We better get out of here!
Oh god, yeah, let me definitely save state this shit. Of course, of course. Oh, because I'm stuck to the left! Again! Oh, is it? Okay. I thought I had to make it through. Well, I made it through anyway, despite being stuck in the... Oh, never mind, not yet. Well, I mean, I can't do anything. All I can do is wait it out. There we go. Aggression side has very spicy stuff, especially in later tiers of synth. Yeah, I have a feeling like sticking to the aggression side is what I'm going to enjoy more. I'm going to get a lot more frustrated and pissed off with it, but if I continue to brute force shit, I'm going to end up showing off some very, like, spicy combos.
F2L. Hello, you still have 1 wish left? Look, just say the word. Ask me to find Jasmine for you.
I wish for your freedom, Genie.
Ow!
A deal's a deal, Genie. Now you can go anywhere you want. You're your own master. But if you can, it'd be great if you could go along with them and help Sora find
Yeah,
out.
for sure. Figuring out what has iframes, what doesn't, being able to figure out what you can use to loop bosses or enemies.
I guess I could give that a try. After all, we're pals, right, Al?
Genie.
Just leave it to me.
That's smart. He was there for Adam. If someone had stuck around to give him a hand.
Hey, I did my part. Brought the princess, didn't I?
Jafar was beyond help, consumed by his own hatred. One should beware of letting it burn too fiercely.
Whoa, lighten up. I'm as cool as they come, okay? By the way, kid, have we got something special for you?
Huh?
We had a deal, yes? You help us, and we grant you your wish.
Kyrie,
Go to her. Your vessel is waiting.
Just remember, this is no pleasure cruise. It won't be a pleasure
Really?
voyage.
why are you doing all this for me?
So, what's the benefit for the shield then? Because I'll be honest, I didn't even realize or know what the starting benefits for sword, shield, and staff even were going into this. Oh, okay, that seems rather intriguing, actually. It's literally just like a blood sword type thing. What does 3 Wishes have? 3 Wishes has 8 strength, maximizes the drop rate of HP, MP, and money with powerful critical blows. Okay. Lifesteal is the rarest stat followed by range. Okay, yeah. That sounds appropriate. Oh, hey, I have these now. Okay, so yeah, Fyra and Blazara now. Yeah, rank 6. Onslaught lets you crit mid-combo, which skyrockets damage output of everything crit-related. Which can work out nicely if I can put together a good combo with Lady Luck. Just because of the Lady Luck's in it, double critical blows. Notably, it's combo opener. If you're very close range, it means if you're loaded on crit damage, you can front-load your damage to one-shot things. So, if I were to equip, say, just 2 shock clasps, just for the critical damage alone. Ooh, yeah. So that stuff will stack immensely. Okay, so let me save here, and then let me finally download that PNASH update that you gave me forever ago, and apply it. Okay, yeah, this is gonna show up as with a 1 instead of nothing, because it's a copy. PCSX2, cheats, boom, delete the old one, rename this one, 1, 2, 3, enter, make sure to do something. Cool. Wait, is the number different now? Hold on. 7333, 7342. So you added in like another 10 lines or so. Endgame accessories obliterate everything you have access to now. The scaling is very steep. Okay. So you added like what, 10 or 11 more lines to that PNASH file? Oh man, 2 different things to do for Traverse Town. What a surprise, what a shocker. Only added 1 line. Yeah, because it showed me like 7343, or like, hold on, let me double check. 7342 cheats instead of 7333, which is what it was before. So, I don't know, there's like 9 more or something. Is something wrong with the PNASH? Okay, yeah, if you want to do that real quick, go for it. Before I possibly, like, ruin anything else. While you're working on that real quick, oh, you're already done. Never mind. You're outpacing me here. I need to drink some water. Or something, anything. Okay. Documents, PCSX2, cheats, boom. Delete the old one. Make a save state. So now we're going from 7342 to, yeah, back down to 7333. So it's the same number of lines as the original one was. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is the same number of lines as the original one that came with the mod. So there's nothing, like, extra, just simply edits as far as I'm giving from a base glance. Yeah. Yeah, see, I have 3 of these, so I can sell 1. There's a Hystera ring, so I can buy another one if I care to. Kira ring, Leaf Bracer, and 6 HP. That's a lot better than just a plain Leaf Bracer. One thing I would suggest for the Cure ring, given the other stuff that's available just from the get-go, to try to give Cure Ring a little bit more incentive early on rather than just Leaf Bracer, I would suggest adding on a +3 HP. Maybe. I mean, does Leaf Bracer work for items, or is it only Cure? Okay. Critical chance to 100. Okay. Recharges MP upon deflecting. Okay. Yeah, it's just Leaf Bracer isn't really worth it in the very start. simply because you don't have access to Cure until after you leave Twilight Town. Or not Twilight Town, Traverse Town. Like, after you beat Traverse Town, then, hey, you can have access to Cure if you go for it right away. And then the Cure Ring's worth it. But having Leaf Bracer available just right off the bat, when you have everything else here for Traverse Town only, makes this extremely obsolete until after you defeat Traverse Town at the very least. Does that make sense? The fact that nothing else here gives any HP boost, I feel like just a +3. Sure. But what I mean is when you're stuck here before you fight guard armor. Oh, hey, treasure chests. Man, I was reading your message, I didn't even see what I got from the chest. So if you could tell me that, I'd appreciate it. Leaf Bracer has specific niche uses involving doing the game in a different order than normal to get certain things. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Synth material, okay, thank you. Wow. Mega Potion Cottage, Energy Bangle, Power Chain, Element Armlet. See, I wish I could see, like, what these gave before I synthesized them. That would be a really good quality of life thing. Like, have the Moogle's text update over whatever you highlight. So like, hey, this now says refills team's HP and 3 MP. Hey, this restores 30 HP to everybody. This does whatever the hell it does, etc. Because otherwise I'm stuck, like, crafting things that I might not want. Very, very long, but it would be extremely quality of life for people who would like to know what they're going into, so that way they don't waste their synthesizing materials on stuff they might not end up wanting to get. Ooh. Okay, so these could actually prove to be pretty useful. Okay. Did that just open up even more for me? It did, god fuck. Golem chain. Fuck it. What's the golem chain got for me? 3 strength and 8 damage. Okay, so it's basically a better version of the power chain. So I can just sell the power chain for straight money now. What I'm excited about is the burst clasp, because I'm already noticing what you mentioned with higher critical damage. That might be worth replacing Ray of Light for. Replace it for the burst clasp. 100% crit rate plus 3 critical damage. But that might be a later-ish game thing. What else else was there? There weren't any other green trinities here, were there? 12 out of 17, 4 out of 6, 2 out of 9. Lady Luck is nice because it only takes one crit accessory. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so it's just in it. Oh, hi. Oh. Is that normal? Ah. But he has like 3 health bars though. I just want to look for trinities, man. Why do you gotta put that in my face? Although I do know what I can do now that I have Blazara. Disabled feature was an what? What's this disabled feature?
Deep freeze. Deep freeze.
Yeah, no thanks. I would actually like get pissed off at that. I'm not even kidding. That would cause me to... Oh. That sounds like a big hassle and something that would frustrate me a lot.
See ya. Deep freeze. Deep freeze.
Go down. Thank you. Which one isn't down yet? Who said you could stay up?
Deep freeze.
10% chance of very specific rooms. Would that be influenced by enemy detector, though? Like, would enemy detector either cause it to happen or influence it happening? Would make it less frequent, really. I would expect more frequent. Okay. Hey, you got anything new for me? Nope? Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Where would be a good place to try to get this, special encounter? Like, what's a good first world to go to for the special encounter? Oh, so there's no point in me even having the ability equipped right now? No, I know the Riku encounter is disabled, but if you want to see enemy detector going, go to Wonderland. Okay. Yeah, that's all I was asking for, was for the enemy detector, just in general, not Riku specifically. I was just asking, like, what a good world that you would suggest to see enemy detector in action. Is it going to be the rabbit hole encounter? Is that going to be what's replaced? Has the most strange encounters with it. Okay. Is it because of the number of different, Bizarre Room versions? How there's like 4 or 5 different variations of the one room. Bunch of unused room flags, different enemies. Interesting. But no enemy spawn here yet. Rooms affect our castle courtyard and the main Bizarre Room. Okay. Really? The castle courtyard? I didn't realize it even had Heartless spawns in it. Okay, I recognize this, because when it's all shadows, it'll eventually change to be just gigantic shadows. I remember this one. This one was actually in Final Mix, because I encountered this, because it's, how you get, what, the Fury Stone? Yeah, something like that. I remember reading up on it. I got these shadows to spawn once. Spent like an hour trying to get them to respawn. Never came back, even with Encounter Plus active. See, having it increased by the enemy detector is a freaking godsend. Oh, what do you mean? I didn't realize they actually did damage. Well, there goes my chances of a Fury Stone. Fuck. Yep. Oh! Search Ghosts aren't supposed to be here. Is this a special encounter? This is an unused encounter. Okay. So this is one of the things caused by, the enemy detector. Right? Oh, the keyhole's different. I don't remember seeing this before. Is this something you did? Or is this just something I've never noticed before? I know that's such a small detail, but that's just there because the knob isn't... Really? Interesting. Is the knob not loaded because this room is technically an unused encounter, so it loads like a different version of the room? Or something weird like that? Like, is there a separate room ID for the... Okay. Interesting. I didn't realize it would handle it by creating, like, separate rooms. Seems kind of weird when you could just instead, like, change the spawn trigger specifically, but... I mean, you do you, Enix. I'm not gonna judge. So the Queen's Castle should be the other thing that's affected? Oh, hello. Yes, indeed. So now there's the side effect of no, NPCs loading in. Now, are these guaranteed spawns, or...? Oh, I'm still missing that chest up there. I'm still missing going over there entirely. 3 different ones here. Rotates between all the... Oh, yeah, because here's the one-shot air soldiers. Okay. Can I come in, please? Thank you. This seems the same as the first one. Third one is Dark Balls. Interesting. Seeing... They really plan to have you encounter Dark Balls this early? That seems kind of weird that they were expecting to introduce Dark Balls way sooner. Deep jungle, you can probably encounter wyverns. Really? Oh, there's the Dark Balls. There's the wyverns! Oh no! Oh no! I got drop kicked. Oh hey, there's shadows again. Oh, is it really? Is that just the unused encounter, or is that going to be related to something similar to, the emblem thing with the armor? With the guard armor? Fuck. Got a little too excited there, and a little too, upset. I get, like, super tense when I'm so close to actually, like, doing something. If I didn't mess up, like, all those Sonic Blades early on by mashing triangle, I would've gotten it. Nah, I'm good. Just got caught in my throat and I had to get it out. No! Why? Fucking why? I would like to, you know, get one stone from those giant shadows. Oh god. Okay. Nothing is cooperating today. It really doesn't feel like it. Like, do I have to be like, oh, there he is! Oh no, it happened again! L1 is L2 shit. I don't have my spells on shortcut. Oh, it even plays like the trigger and everything. Oh no. Should I just load my save state? Twang. Put this at the bottom of the P-Nash. Alright. Give me a sec here. That too. Okay. Give me 1 sec, because you want me to put it on the bottom, which means I have to page down through 7,000 lines of code. Okay. Boom. Screen on blur. Take them both off and save again when done. Okay. Which I can just comment them out with the 2 forward slashes once I'm done. Save. There we go. Take them both off and save again when... So do I need to zone out, or should I just remove them right now? Okay. // // save. Turbo. And I guess I'll just leave now. There's no more music. There we go. I'm assuming you'll eventually have a fix for that as well. Oh yeah, I should see if talking to the mayor still causes the warp to happen. Alright, no worries. It's so, like, off-putting seeing everybody go into battle stance as soon as I load into a world for a few seconds. Give me a second, because I'm needing to, change notification updates for server, and, okay. Yeah, you gotta go in prepared. Alright, so... I'll save state just in case, once I get there. So now, let me save state, and fingers crossed that this doesn't warp. Cool. Well. What do you mean? There we go. Well, to be fair, I am also on like hour 28 of being awake. I'm going insane. Check in the box. Nope, get me out of here, 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 get me out of here. half the small hour 280 being awake, which is why sometimes randomly teleports to place and deletes your shortcut menu. Oh my god, I love that emote. This is indeed where the fun begins. What is that emote called? Nice. I'm just like paranoid save stating. Yeah, this mod is put together with like glue and duct tape.
This time it's sure to work.
Just like Zad's mod. Oh no! I forgot how annoying lock, shock, and barrel are. Yeah, I hear ya. As soon as you want to try to update content, next thing you know, you gotta update everything. Oh no, we have these guys now. Get them out of here. Get rid of them. Destroy them. Kill them with fire. This isn't the right way, is it? I'm supposed to go to that other staircase first? No, this is the right way, okay. Post-game update also goes to change the final boss, which is pretty much the only way to actually beat the game on Master. Really? What did you do to the final boss? Oh my god. You can't lose, you can only not win. Oh. Did you add in some, like, scripted bullshit to make it work? Oh yeah, my HP is gonna be cut in half now. Hooray. Alright, come on, get your fat tub ass over the hill. Oh, I never changed my shortcut! Okay, so... Blizzard, Thunder, and it doesn't change! Are you... Why? Why does this happen? That's so weird that, like, literally changing them does not change them. I have to change circle before I can change the other two. That's so weird.
Wind! This no. Deep freeze! Thunder!
Yeah, that at everyone in the server was literally why I, like, updated my notification settings to, at mentions only, because I had it set to every message before, because I keep being lazy on changing my actual notification settings client-wide. I see it happen all the time with artists. I see it happen all the time with the rhythm game community. I've seen so much of it that it literally does not surprise me anymore. I'm not fazed by seeing any of that shit anymore. I'm not even talking like Clone Hero community. I'm talking like Bamani stuff. DDR, 2DX, Sound Voltex, all that shit. That whole community is just a giant, like, shitfest when you get to the bare bones of it. A lot of things are inexcusable, a lot of things are not defendable, and the whole community's turned into basically a hive mind, and if you don't agree with them, you get exiled immediately. I've seen it happen to close friends of mine, and I refuse to let it happen to me. I'm just tired of it. That's why I just, like, distance myself away from it. I was tired of, like, trying to change who I am to appease to the masses, so I just said, fuck it, I'm done. I'm not, like, putting up with it anymore. Fuck this. Where are you, Zero? I know you're here somewhere. Am I supposed to be in this map, or am I supposed to be in the next map? Am I stupid? Next map it is. Because I don't remember at all. That's right, I have to go in here. I remember now. And then, once I get in there, I'll have access to the fire platform to come back. Ow, don't kill me, please. See, you can't even bring up that subject without the rhythm game community just going fucking, like, hog wild. Like, that's something I try to avoid, like, even discussing myself, unless it's, like, one-on-one discussion with somebody I know or somebody I'm comfortable with. Otherwise, I'm so paranoid of it going to shit so quickly. Like, the least I will say is just fucking respect people, end of story. Like, how hard is that to do? Honestly. Yeah, people suck. Life motto. Oh, you still healed. Still killed me. Really? Should rename Master Mode to Clapped 24/7. Ah yes, Kingdom Hearts Prepare to Die Edition. And its sequel, Kingdom Hearts 2, Scholar of the First Sin. Don't worry, this is just the Dark Souls of Kingdom Hearts, that's how it be. Okay, 2,500 money. What's the money values replacing? Just out of curiosity. Oh, okay, that's right. Why? There we go. I'm still sad that you, like, removed stat boost as a whole. Like, I feel like that could have somehow been worked into something neat. Maybe providing choice of stat boosts per rank up. So instead of applying just fixed boosts, let the player decide. Similar to Final Fantasy VII's new threat mod, where whenever you level up the class, you pick what sources you want to dive into. Oh yes, time to die. Oh, no, 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 no. I don't know how I didn't get hit there. Shouldn't be alive. Where is he? Okay, yeah, that's fair. It's easier to just do it the way you've done it for what you want to achieve. Right. I getcha. Really going ham on the ethers. No, come back. Alright. Don't snipe me. Don't snipe me. Be nice to me, please. I'm asking nicely. Oh no, I'm hiding. Oh no, I'm still getting hit. I can't see! Oh, I couldn't see! If I could strip it all out and replace it with new seal systems, I would entirely... Oh, for sure. Is that gonna put me back at the very bottom? Oh, I think it is. Yeah. Command deck and BBS can be combined with traditional combo system to form what is basically a God Hand style combo builder. Is that statement saying that that's doable in Birth by Sleep, or is that just something that you would like to do? Yeah, I would love to see, like, a really well-done Birth by Sleep mod, honestly. Like, literally, the only modifications I've seen for the game have been fucking nude mods, and that's it. No! Oh no, oh no, oh no, stay up, alright. Yeah, I think I have the hang of this system pretty well. For guard canceling, for sure. BBS has KH1 problems with bad enemy design, but it doesn't have the fundamentals KH1 had to build on to get away with bad bosses. Part of the reason the poor boss design is alright in this, because all the rough edges. Right. Birth by Sleep lacks that fundamental core. The combo systems and well-designed MP system to build off of, and it's what makes those kind of changes. Yeah, because, like, literally 90% of things in Birth by Sleep resort to dodge spam, use a command or two, maybe use your, shot lock. End of story. It's literally just, like, rinse and repeat for a majority of the combat. but it's done in such a poor way, on top of the bosses having very terrible revenge value, if any revenge value. Like, at least even in this game, you can kind of find revenge values if you're looking out for them and have the knowledge and know-how of how it works as a concept and as a mechanic. Yeah, exactly. I have Turbo on. I am going to be right back once again. I should probably be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Come on, you bitch. Oh, hey. Okay. Oh, hey, treasure chest.
Want it? Well then, come on over and get it! Ah. Now, let's see if I can get their attention. Oh, hello! This is it? Nobody disrespects me! Nobody!
welcome back. Oh no. Oh, really? Okay, cool. Barely got him. First try, too. No, second try. I died against the rolling blades once. Spooky attire. So what are these reports normally rewards, like in vanilla or FM? Okay. Yep, just destroy those things and you'll be Gucci. These things take a real beating. Oh no. Wait, is that really all it is? They're not even affected by magic. As far as I see, they're not being affected by at least like the main three types. Oh no. It would be better DPS to use a strength or crit build. Yeah, seems like it. Ripple Dive does work though. No, 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 no. Alright, I'm gonna go to the base. god, how many more are there? At least I can build up MP. Yeah, I'm starting to really get the hang of that combo cancellation down. Still not super consistent, but I'm getting better. Oh, okay. Wrong thing. Thank you. I'm genuinely trying to learn it, which is not something I do often. No, you bitch. Stop targeting the wrong fucking thing, please. No, you fucking... Sure wish these things weren't unlimited spawns. My fucking god. Replace them with the invisibles and I will actually, like, come to your house and hurt you. Get up there, please! This is so fucking stupid and tedious. Why is it always Oogie that has to have, like, the worst fights? Why? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't help when I'm getting fucking, like... Okay. No! Why? Fucking why? This last one is all I need, and I can't, like... Oh, no, whoa, no. Oh my god! It was literally like a fucking hit away. Can I please stop? This is actually starting to, like, make me angry. There we go. Heals up to 10 HP while you're casting it, and that will trigger even if the spell gets cancelled. Good to know if I ever find another white mushroom spawn. That one dark orb is more annoying than the rest of them combined. Purely because of the fire that it's shooting and where it's shooting it at. Judgment, Gravira, as if I've used gravity at all yet.
Sally, why didn't I listen to you?
Don't feel bad, Jack.
Gonna mute my mic for a bit.
Next time, we'll do it together.
Alright, I just had to take a drink real quick. Alright. Excuse me. What's Pumpkinhead got? Allows combos to continue infinitely. It deals powerful critical blows. Oh. Do you still do your finishers, or is it literally just infinite combo? As if you had Berserk Charge active? So, like, Berserk Charge? From KH2? Okay. For powerful critical blows, though, like... Like, if I do that... I'm only at a 45. Maybe. Yeah, I'm only at a 45. With Pumpkinhead plus a Burst Clasp. Does this literally just give you the spooky attire in Other Worlds? Why? What purpose does that serve taking up an accessory slot? Let that be used on, like, a party member or something. Okay, fair enough. Seems a little pointless to me, but I'll roll with it. Alright, I'll dink around with Pumpkinhead for a little bit. Okay, so that's Halloween Town. I still need to do Monstro. That does remind me. Agrabah's down. So Atlantica, Neverland, and Monstro are left at the moment. Technically. How do I know when Olympus Coliseum has a new tournament? Will I get an update from Chip and Dale? Or do I just have to keep checking? Okay. So you go for a long time without getting a second, tournament. Monstro and Neverland give more. I guess now's my time to do Monstro, then. Yeah, I understand. Monstro is easier than Deep Jungle and Agrabah for me, so I do it for... Really? Oh, this is actually worse for traversing, because I don't get that, little air boost from the, aerial finisher. Okay, I will give a try with Pumpkinhead strats. If this doesn't work out, then I will go back to Lady Luck and try something else. I have a feeling using magic might be the way to go for me still. At least for Parasite Cage 2. Wait, do I have Glide? Was I just gliding there? I'm confused, but okay.
Hey, let Pinocchio go, Riku.
A puppet that's
actually
lost
never
its
used
heart to
Pumpkinhead.
the
Well,
maybe it holds the key to help
enjoy your free ability. Is that just from Pumpkinhead, or is that just what I have for good, or what?
What? You'd rather fight me? Over a puppet that has no heart?
Heart or no heart, at least he still has a conscience.
Conscience?
Oh,
You
interesting.
might not hear it, but right now it's loud and clear. And it's telling me you're on the wrong side.
Then you leave me no choice.
Might be because the order that you have story flags set in.
Jimmy, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I guess I'm okay.
Alright. Okay. I'm guessing landing caused me to immediately get hit again? Alright. I think infinite combos may be a little busted for certain fights. Because parrying those attacks were pretty much brainless with how fast the aerial attacks are. Oh, there's critical counter. But I've already known it. Hey, the fight wasn't easy before, okay? Just because you're good at it doesn't mean I'm going to be good at it.
So, Kyrie's like a lifeless puppet now?
Precisely.
And her heart was
taken by the heart.
Are you saying I'm just bad?
What can I do?
There are 7 maidens of the purest heart.
Yeah,
We
I
call them
did.
The princesses of heart. Gather them together, and a door will open to the heart of all worlds. Within lies untold wisdom. There you will surely find a way to recover Kyrie's heart. Now, I'll grant you a marvelous gift. The power to control the heartless.
Soon, Kyrie. Soon.
Is going to Geppetto's house? I think my magic is as good as Donald's now. No way. New tournament. Okay. What was I saying? I'm drawing a blank on what I was saying. Get a Keyblade and postcard in Geppetto's. Okay, thank you. Because all I remembered was that they were good for gummy stuff and, like, nothing else. Oh, here's a blue Trinity I missed. So that's the gummy ship. Oh, right, you get the Wishing Star Keyblade, I forgot. No postcard? I didn't see a postcard. Did I miss a chest or something? Yeah, there it is. Alright. Got it. I don't think I've ever gotten 10 postcards before, now that I'm thinking about it. That's 7 for my second Phoenix down. Okay. Alright, what does Wishing Star have? Raises item and accessory slots. Oh. I see. That could actually be surprisingly... Does that mean you can have a max of 4 accessory slots? With Wishing Star equipped? Cool. This is still the same. So Wishing Star might be the overall better thing to do. Especially with the higher crit rate. I sacrificed 1 strength for it. The only advantage Pumpkinhead has is abusing the fast attacks of normal combos to be able to easily parry attacks. Because I was just mindlessly mashing circle while in the air and doing nothing else for that fight. Donald still has nothing but Leaf Bracer. Oh, I have Stop now. Stop! Alright, yeah, crit percent 75 instead of, what, 45 with Pumpkinhead? Or 45 plus whatever burst class was giving. No, yeah, 45. Give me a sec. Alright, I'm back. Went to 45 because it unequipped your extra... Well, the extra accessory wasn't a crit rate thing. My crit plus is right here. So yeah, it's just 45 with a critical plus. So Wishing Star has 30 more crit percent. As far as I can tell. So yeah, 30 compared to 50. So it has 20 more base. It has 20 base. Yeah. Oh yeah, because of my ability that I have as well. Yeah. So yeah, Burst Clasp, and then I want... What was it? Brave Warrior for the finisher range. So that's automatically 2 finisher ranges that I have, right? Because I have one from the sword, and then one here. Pair that with the higher critical rate and critical damage. As well as increased guard speed. Sword is for all attacks. Oh! I was not aware of that. Alright, still can't make anything. Well... Might as well. Just for the sake of having them be made. Alright, so 6 out of 12. But that does stack for the finishers at the least, I'm pretty sure. What? What was that? Oh, that's Judgment. Ooh. Oh, but that actually is taking away my MP to use. Interesting. Massive critical damage paired with 75 crit percent. So how come, like, pausing and unpausing is refilling my MP? Like, I don't understand that. Is that normal? Okay. Interesting. Oh yeah, the item shop upgraded too, didn't it? I never even looked. You will feel Judgment when it crits. Got it. Okay. Not always good to have it equipped though. Yeah, because you'll want the, you would want the MP for arrow. Oh, these are a lot of changes, or a lot of things. I think I just want... Worth it. So 2, 4... Oh, wow. I think I want the Gigas Fist for now. What was that thing? Was that one of the unused encounters? Allies get a large power boost if you beat that op star. Yeah, that's what I was like on my way to go do right now, actually. What the hell is this thing? Oh, this is one of the Centaurless. Okay. Oh no. Uh-oh, no! Why again? So this might be silly, but is there a way to implement being able to use triangle to just immediately enable and remove abilities like what KH2 has, or would that be too much of a hassle?
This should help.
Okay. I actually have more high potions than potions. That's funny. Alright. Let's see how this works. I don't like that it's not taking any more damage. There we go. Cool. Easy done. Okay, so that one worked fine. What happens now? Stats will update when you leave. Okay. Oh yeah, I noticed Donald has a lot more MP now. Yeah, 19 strength. Nice. Is there anything else I can do here at the moment?
Deep freeze. Fire. See ya. See ya.
Okay. So, like, I can't do the Kyrie scene in the alleyway or anything yet. So, next focus will now be Olympus Coliseum. Grind out the next cup. Oh, okay, so that's not until way later in the game. Unless you clip your way in using that glitch. But I already broke the gate, so I can't do that now. Yeah, this Keyblade setup seems pretty good at the moment. But I am still going to be save stating after each round. Oh, God. Oh! Okay. I already regret this. That was just in time. I did not deserve to survive that. Yeah, I have stop on my shortcuts. That was not the right thing. Whatever. I used a high potion. Fuck it. Oh, good to know. Here's a good application use for it. Okay, I think that's good. Yeah. Okay. Christ. And that has 2 more upgrades to it? Like, was this necessary? What? Who hit me? No, what do you mean? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because, like, I never used stop originally, because I never needed it. But when you literally have, like, attacks that are so fast and gain so much MP... like... it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's actually stupid. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dark Secret Cup is far harder than anything else in the game that isn't a super boss. Sheesh. Cool.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
See, that makes me excited to see what that new cup consists of, even if I have to lower the difficulty for it. Have stop resistance, but also really need to be stopped. What? Contradictory. Here is very easy to refund all your MP instantly and very forgiving with your positioning. You can do it, but it's much more resource intensive. Okay. Oh hey, it's Leon and Yuffie. No, 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 no. Yeah. So I noticed. That was fun. That was satisfying. That was very good. Is it just because, like, people can't get it down because of, like, input delay, or they can't figure out the timing, or is it literally just they're not paying attention to it? Okay. I wonder why I was able to get the hang of it so quick, so quickly and easily. Like, I'm nothing special. I'm running on literally no sleep in the last fucking 30 hours now. Almost. I guess? I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know, man. It sounds pretty freaking important. No, 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 no. This is so much fucking harder. I literally cannot, like... What do you mean? don't understand. I wasn't on wind a second fucking time. What do you mean?
That's the power of the Keyblade.
What do you mean that's a KH1 thing? The fucking blue chunks. Ugh, that's annoying. Alright. Oh, no, no. No, 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 no. Alright. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I've noticed that happen a number of times already. I've been at this shit for 10 hours now. No, get away from me. Yeah, I should not have hit. Can I fucking... No! I don't like this changing the target to the right analog stick, because it doesn't feel like it works half the time. Like, I have to move the analog stick to the right at least once in order for me to change my target to the left at all. Like, I can hit the right analog stick to the left 1,000 times, and it just won't change it. I have to hit it to the right at least once for me to hit the analog stick to the left at all. It doesn't make sense. I didn't mean to do that, but fuck it. It's weird because it's like, it should be working, but it's literally, it's the equivalent of I have to hit L2 once in order for R2 to work, period. But as the right analog stick. Does that make sense? I can mash R2 1,000 times and it will never change. Yeah. Unless I hit L2 first. It doesn't make sense. It's so bad, dude. I'm hitting late more often than I am early. I can time it better when I have a target to hit. What? Yeah, I sort of have the timing down now.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
I'm like off and on how consistent I am with timing it. And I think part of that's just because of the input delay. Part of it has to do with what targets I'm going up against, etc. No, dude! No, that's not at all what I hit. Yeah, barrel spiders are just awful. Well, the pod spiders are worse. Barrel spiders, in my opinion, are whatever. Just run away from them, you're good. Pod spiders are way worse. Onslaught is that overhead slash. Ah! Can I go after Yuffie, please? Yuffie! That's not Yuffie. There we go. I'm good. I promise I'm good! What the fuck do you mean? Get away from me! Get away from me! Get away from me, you... I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? That is the complete opposite move you did last time. What do you mean? What do you mean? Fucking bullshit. No, 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 no. No, 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 no! My fucking god. It's hard to react to both of their patterns at once when you literally are getting one-shotted. Like, I had to figure out a opening plan. Like, that is what I need to open with every time. What do you mean? What? That should have hit.
It's over.
Cool, I love it when things are not consistent despite doing the same exact thing every fucking time. Like, honestly, what the fuck kind of logic is that? be out of the fucking picture, we're fine. What? No, I guarded! I healed! What the fuck?! What? I can't stand that fucking shuriken. Okay, cool. Yep. I literally can't do anything if I can't parry that shuriken into him. Cool. I'm just not even gonna fucking bother. Yep. I literally can't fucking guard in time. Okay. 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 Okay, not okay. What do you mean? Cool. Why does he fucking one-shot me even with wind? That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm noticing that much. There we go. Fucking finally.
That's the
That is way harder than it should be. And an Orichalcum is absolutely not fucking worth that effort at all. Absolutely not worth the effort. The other big thing, too, is that Donald and Goofy don't even necessarily carry, more so than they are just expendable targets. And that alone helps so much. Especially when you literally, like, can only afford to get hit once. Yeah. It helps, like, way more.
That's the power of the Keyblade.
Like, at the rate things are going, I'll be surprised if I finish this with, less than a minute 30 left.
Nothing to it.
I keep going to Rampage on accident, I don't know why, or how, really. I can definitely see why the quick cancels would be easier with attack on X, but I can still make do just fine. Never mind, I might have lied.
Nothing to it.
Yeah, I'm totally gonna beat this in 8 seconds. Okay! Again with this bullshit. Okay, so it's a lot easier to loop him before he actually has the big sword. Something about, like, his model with the big sword is a lot harder to loop just because the distance that he gets pushed back from the finishers. So that's what, like, my big trouble with trying to loop him solo was. The real part of the game, you say? That worries me. I have a feeling I'm gonna want Fyra against Captain Hook. Endgame is where all the best content bosses are. Is this considered endgame? Like, already? Really? I don't even have, like, half the fucking Trinities unlocked. Like, I'm still missing yellow and white. Well, I still need Atlantica, too. I haven't done Atlantica yet. Gotcha. But I still do technically need to finish it, do I not? Really? I thought that was only KH2. Interesting. Yeah, I do want to wait until I get Spellbinder, if I can get Spellbinder, before attempting it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no way I'm beating this game in one sitting. Like, that's just not happening, though. Especially if I can't remember, you know, where the fuck to go. Or what to do. There we go. Is it normal for these doors to not have any, entrance names? Oh, wow. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be awake enough to do that at all. No, don't go out the door.
So, Kyrie's like a lifeless puppet now?
Precisely.
And her heart was...
Taken by the Heartless, no doubt.
Tell me, what can I do?
There are 7 maidens of the purest heart. We call them the Princesses of Heart. Gather them together, and a door will open to the heart of all worlds. Within lies untold wisdom. There you will surely find a way to recover Kyrie's heart. Now, I'll grant you a marvelous gift. The power to control the Heartless.
Soon, Kyrie. Soon. I didn't think you'd come, Sora. Good to see you again.
Where are Donald and Goofy?
Are they that important to you? More important than old friends? Instead of worrying about them, you should be asking about her.
Kyrie!
That's right. While you were off goofing around, I finally found her.
Not so fast. No shenanigans aboard my vessel, boy.
Riku, why are you siding with the Heartless?
The Heartless obey me now, Sora. Now I have nothing to fear.
You're stupid! Sooner or later they'll swallow your heart!
Not a chance. My heart's too strong.
Riku!
It's still in the game? Under what pretenses? Like, how would you access it?
You can go see your friends now.
Ah!
Let's get underway already. And keep Sora away from Kyrie until we're ready to land.
Let's go to Brad thinks he can order me around. What shall we do, Captain Cook? Nothing. The hole is crawling with Heartless. Let them keep an eye on the brats. But, Captain, you know who's also down. Did you hear that, Sweetie? Oh, that dreadful sound. No, Captain. Are you quite sure? Did I imagine it? Oh, my poor nerves.
Oh.
You don't say.
Yeah, it was definitely Kyrie. I finally found her.
All right. Then let's go up
That
and talk to her.
that doesn't make sense.
Oh, sorry.
How you doing there? Looking for a way out? Who are you? I'm the answer to your prayers. Okay then, fine. Have it your way.
But you're stuck in here too, aren't you?
Huh. Nope, I'm just waiting for someone.
Who?
Tinkerbell, what took you so long? Great job. So you found Wendy? Hold on. There was another
Oh
girl, too.
no.
Are you crazy? There's no way I'm gonna leave Wendy there.
Is this some fucking time travel shit?
Come on, Tink.
I love fighting young Xehanort.
I'm Peter Pan.
I'm Sora.
Okay, we're in this together, but only until we find Wendy.
Okay, yeah, I kind of figured. Again, I did not mean to do that, but okay. Wait, did I just get an item drop? Yeah, I know. I just keep accidentally hitting it without realizing it, trying to hit circle. It gently pulls towards the 3rd district. No, it's not where I meant to go. Why? I absolutely hate some of these later worlds just because I can never know where to go. I can never remember, like, where to go. Mega Potion.
So, how come you can fly? Anyone can fly. You want to try? Haven't you cooled up yet, Tink? Just a little bit of pixie dust. There, now you can fly.
What? So Wendy's not one of the chosen ones?
There are 7, supposedly. And Maleficent says she's not one of them. Hoist anchor as soon as possible. Leave all the dead weight behind, including her.
After the trouble of capturing her? And why those 7? What is Maleficent planning anyway?
Who knows? As long as it means getting Kyrie's heart back, I couldn't care less.
You're wasting your time. The Heartless have devoured that girl's heart. I'll stake the other hand is lost forever.
I will find it, no matter what.
Captain?
What?
The prisoners have escaped. What's more, Peter Pan is with them.
Blast that Peter Pan. All right then, bring the hostage to me, Captain Smee. Hop to it.
What is it, Tink?
Peter? Peter Pan?
Wendy!
Please, hurry! The pirates are coming!
What? I'll be right up here. Just hold on.
Wendy?
Yes?
Is there another Bill in there with you?
Oh, why, yes. But she seems to be asleep. She hasn't budged an inch.
Kyrie? Kyrie!
Oh! Wendy! Hey, let's get up here.
So now that I'm playing through this quickly, is this literally just go through the same exact rooms twice in a row for story? Wow. That's why I always got lost when I was younger. Oh, Speedy Boy! Why is he so speedy in the cutscenes? Is that 60 FPS for reason or something else? Oh! Well then. This is definitely something I'm gonna save state just because this fight sucks normally. Why does it have so much HP? Why? Yeah, no worries. It's like 6 o'clock in the evening here, so I'm probably going to be done very soon and then just go to sleep myself. Have a good one. Wow. Alright, I am heading off, because I am way too tired now.